A new live broadcast. Please wait.
Close. And let's see. Are we live? Yes, we are. As of 46 seconds ago or something. Oh, no, we're live for 14 seconds.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. We're still learning this new technology.
Today is Friday, January 24th. Have you missed us? Sorry, we've been missing in action.
We had technical issues, and we had to work out just what the format of our channel is going to be. And we came up with some ideas. We're going to basically continue our podcast about 4 days a week, I think we decided.
Some number of days.
Some number of days a week.
Like 3 to 5.
Depending on if we're traveling and how lazy we are.
For sure.
And we're also going to try to produce video essays, which we're going to put a bit more effort into and deliver those to you every couple of weeks on topics, kind of more polished essays of our thoughts on various topics that we discuss.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I should actually begin writing some of them.
Writing them is the
easy part.
Producing them is the hard part for us. At least we're still learning.
It's a multi-step process, and every step takes time to think about what you want to say, and produce it into something worth watching, worth consuming, right? And for others.
We've never animated things before, so it'll be interesting.
A learning curve.
So be patient.
I'm sure we'll produce something maybe 6 months down the line.
No.
Hopefully sooner than that.
It's going to be lower quality, but sooner, and then hopefully the quality will increase as we get better, and or this channel generates enough income to pay people to do that more for us professionally. Yeah. Anyways, let's...
what does their agenda look like for today? Sorry to cut in.
Let's take a look at that. Okay, so we're going to go over the news. Really, we're just going to go over one of those articles related to the LA fires and Donald Trump. Maybe talk about Stargate, and then... we can talk about the birthright citizenship ending. Yet another wonderful Donald Trump.
The guy just doesn't seem to want to get away from the spotlight, does he?
Well, he's now raging against the machine, so to speak.
I hope he gets off the media, though, but it's going to be 4 years of continuous media spotlight. It's a bit annoying.
But that's what he likes. This is like the end of his life. The Donald Trump show 24/7.
Oh, God.
Anyways, let's take a look. So here, there was an article right here on Yahoo that was saying that he is threatening to withhold FEMA funds from California for the fire rebuild if they don't integrate voter ID laws. I'm trying to see where it says that, but doesn't matter.
And release water.
Oh yeah, and release water from Northern California. So the water ID laws here in California actually are relatively strict. Like when you apply to get registered to vote, you have to submit your ID. We had to.
Yep.
So I think we have a good balance of security and at the same time just ease of use of our voting system.
And by the way, in California, they don't make it super easy to sign up for to vote, by the way. I remember one specific, I have an anecdote about this. I was in college and there was a table where they were signing up people to vote, and the lady I spoke to said that I needed an address, and if I didn't have a permanent address, then I couldn't sign up. And at the moment I didn't have a permanent address, so I couldn't sign up to vote.
Yeah, actually having an address is required also for having a bank account, which is ridiculous, because what if you're a homeless person, or what if you're a YouTuber that just moves around from place to place and rents from Airbnb? There's a lot of services that you basically have to lie on their applications and give them a mailbox number, which is technically not what they're looking for. And when they're asking you for your home address. But what happens if you don't have a home address? I feel like this country discriminates against the homeless in this regard.
Indeed, and banks do it as well. Anyways, it's not entirely easy to sign up to vote in California. That's all I can say. It's a.
But I'm thinking, like, if I'm a California citizen, right? But I'm homeless. Let's say I'm living in my car. What, I can't vote? That seems like bullshit.
But what about banking? I mean,
Or
banks
I can't bank.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's an aside. So voter.
Have you guys ever run into this problem? Just putting that out there. Have you been discriminated for not having a permanent address? Yep.
Yeah, we move around a bit, but and the house where we do live doesn't actually have an address. It's off grid. It's disconnected from water, electricity, or all the other amenities.
Yeah, all those people that lost their houses in LA need to get an address. They technically don't have a working address right now. And
yeah.
One of the things they have to do is go get a P.O. box in town or something, or get them what if they're like renting a guest house and they don't have like a real permanent like a real address?
Yeah, and what if this happened like right now before an election and they need to go register to vote and stuff? How do they register?
Yep, exactly.
Anyways, so it's actually not easy to register to vote in California, contrary to whatever Trump claims. But the other claim that he keeps repeating is that there's all this water in Northern California, and if it wasn't for evil Democrats and so on and so forth.
I'm sorry, I thought of something like people combating or like coming back, having a comeback, saying, well, in California they give immigrant or like illegal immigrants an ID. Do you think that's what he's referring to? Like, if you have an ID, you can, whether you're illegal or illegal immigrant, you can sign up to vote. Do you think that's what he's referring to?
Well, no, if they would give you an ID, they would state in that ID that you're not a citizen or a citizen of Mexico. So why would they? I don't know, what kind of ID do they get?
I'm not sure. It's like a California. You can get a California driver's license, I believe.
Okay.
If you are an illegal immigrant, but I'm not. Don't quote me on that.
I don't see it as a problem.
Anyways, maybe that's what Donald Trump is referring to, but I'm not sure. We should ask ChatGPT at some future point.
I mean,
but
to be honest, my personal feelings about this, and this is obviously not legal, but my personal feelings are people who live in a certain area should be able to vote in that area, regardless of who they are, like, because I don't know if they have a house there, like, for instance, if you own property. I don't know. I like the idea of property though. Like, maybe if you own property in a certain area, then you can vote there, or something.
Sounds good, but foreigners can
rent full time.
Can buy into the United States.
No, okay. So what I'm thinking by that is, like, either you. Would that work if you basically do voting by? No, because how would homeless people vote if they have to show that they're renting in a certain area?
I don't know. I think the reason they want an address is because you can request a mail-in ballot, and they ship those.
No, but they also want your address because they want to know where to place your vote. You know how they have all those districts, they divide up.
You vote for your city's mayor and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Plus also which electoral district you belong to.
Yeah.
You know how they cut up the cities.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they want to make sure that, you're listed in the right place.
Anyways, let's move on to the water claim. So also Donald Trump keeps claiming that there is all this water up north that California is not letting out to save, as he calls it, some stupid fish. I don't know what kind of fish it is. If it was just about that, and
the smelt fish.
The smelt fish. If it was just about the smelt fish, then I think Ethan and I would be like, fuck the fish. What the fuck are we doing? Let's release the water, right? But let me show you why this is a completely idiotic claim. Like, this is a fucking idiotic claim. This is not going to be like, ooh, it's a fact check. This is just brutally stupid.
California has aqueducts. Yes, California has aqueducts.
Yes. So this is where all the water is. You see all these rivers, right? So they come off of that mountain ridge. What's that mountain ridge?
That is the Shasta.
The Shasta, yeah. So
The Cascade Mountains, maybe?
I think so.
Yeah.
The ones up north in California. Because you have to remember, everybody in California lives like in this area. And then there's like way more California that way, right? And this is all mostly forest and kind of forest, right?
And deserty bits.
And deserty bits.
Yeah.
And there's a big mountain range right here. So the water comes down from it and goes into these aqueducts. And then it goes through here, and then it could go down to over here and to service these areas, which, as you can see, have absolutely no rivers whatsoever around them.
So we not only have the Cascade Mountains, and excuse us if we actually don't know the name of them, but we also have the Sierra Nevadas over here on the west side that feed into the Sacramento River and later into the San Joaquin River.
Mm-hmm. So these rivers right here, right? From these rivers, we also feed Southern California.
Well, we feed all of our agricultural land
and foremost
in the Central Plain over here. Not Central Plain, but the Central Coast, whatever it is.
Which I guess kind of explains why that's such a productive land, right?
Yeah, well, you're at the footbeds of the Sierra Nevadas, which makes for very rich land.
Indeed. Did you guys know that California produces like most of the food we eat and the rest?
Well, not food. We produce like half to 3/4 of the fruits that America has.
Yeah.
Traveling through America, I certainly noticed that we get a lot of wine. California has a lot of vineyards, so it exports all this wine to the other states, and also like berries and just produce that you find at the grocery store.
Anyways, so very important. So if we break away, no wine for you, no fruits.
And also, it must indicate that we have water, even as people say that we do not have water.
No, we do have water, which is wasted on nuts that we export to China.
Yeah.
No, seriously, like we have a lot of like nut groves over here. What kind of nuts do they grow?
Almonds.
And
cashews.
Cashews. And they export those to China, and those consume tremendous amounts of water. So we're basically shipping out water to China.
We should have like a reference for how much it requires to like
Okay.
how many gallons of water are required to produce like 1 pound of almonds.
I mean,
or
we can
cashews.
research that later. But let me finish this thought though, because this is going back to Trump and his idiotic idea that there's like he's basically saying there's a bunch of water here, and they won't release it for some evil Democrat scheme of protecting the smelt fish, right? Because the smelt fish lives over here, right? Mm-hmm. But he says like there's water here, and they don't want to release it because they will drain these reservoirs a little bit more, which will cause the smelt fish to maybe die or something. But in exchange, all this area would have more water, right? But this is why this is a stupid idea. Here's how we transport our water, right? Like this is, for instance, which one is, you said this is the LA aqueduct that we see actually when we drive by this every once in a while.
This one, it says it's the second LA aqueduct cascades located in Sylmar, just east of the 5 freeway near New Hall Pass in the San Gabriel Mountain foothills.
Yes. So let me point out the water, like if they released the water here, the water would be flowing over here.
Downhill?
Yes, downhill. And they have these little ridges to slow it down, right? It wouldn't be spilling to the left and to the right. It wouldn't be like exploding in a fountain all over these mountains.
Okay, is this something that Trump has indicated, or what?
What he said, what his statement is, there's a bunch of water here, but because these evil Democrats in Sacramento want to protect the stupid fish, the smelt fish, they are blocking this water, hoarding it over here, and as a result, Southern California doesn't have any water, and this is why it's on fire. I'm explaining why this is a fucking idiotic idea, like as a very concept, even if it was true, right? Even if it was true, and we were protecting some stupid fish, and so on.
Which we might be.
Which we might be. It might be stupid fish, and maybe that needs to be reconsidered. But in any case, if they released all that water, what I'm saying is it would go through these channels like this, and they would go through these aqueducts like that are nicely outlined aqueducts lined with concrete, so none of this water escapes because water is a resource, right? So it wouldn't just kind of float over the Southern California, right? It wouldn't just like kind of fucking like wash like tsunami across Southern California if they just released it from over here. It would go through these channels and would fill in the LA reservoir a little more.
So what you're saying is that we would need proper infrastructure to actually direct the water to LA, as we currently do?
No. What I'm saying is this water would do nothing to alleviate the fire.
Oh, I see. So the floodgates of the reservoirs are open. It would still just flow through the aqueducts.
Yes.
And
it would just flow through the aqueduct and end up in the LA. Can you search for LA reservoir?
Well, they have various ones.
All right. So it's the one that has these balls in it. There you go. So this is the LA reservoir, right? Maybe this is like where it looked like before they put the balls in it. Now this is how it looks. These balls prevent evaporation of the water, right? So they're just like flotation balls, plastic balls that float on top of the water. Anyways, so this reservoir is where we hold all the water for the LA area. Right? So if they opened up the taps over here, all that would do is transfer this water from here through these pipes or through these channels, down these cascades to over here.
To a reservoir like the Silver Lake Reservoir or the Hollywood Reservoir.
And then it would just be there. And we have water in those, like I don't know how to find a photograph of it right now, but we have water in there right now. It's not like they don't have water.
Yep.
They would just have a little bit more water. That's all that would happen. It wouldn't flow up over the mountains and stuff.
So what's Trump's logical fallacy?
He doesn't have a logical fallacy. He wants to beat up on California. Somebody told him that there is more water in the North California area than there is in the South California area.
Which there is, because again, they have the Sierra Nevadas.
That's where we get our water from.
Yeah.
And he found out that that there is some kind of fish, and maybe somebody's arguing about some kind of fish, and maybe it's a completely stupid fish, right?
And in usual Trump fashion, he has created a narrative in his mind.
He created a narrative, and now he's creating a narrative in people's minds.
The media's. Yeah.
About this battle over a fish that is making Southern California starve for water, but for that, South California would somehow turn into a tropical paradise that will be completely fireproof or something.
Yeah. The truth is that the Southwest, like from Arizona onwards, is dry. It hasn't rained here for like 9 months, and we're like a tinderbox, basically. So if you get these terrible winds like the Santana winds, or if you get like temperature changes, these winds flare up, and they make the risk of fire very real. And that's what happened. I mean, short of like some arsonist actually going out and setting a fire.
There were some arsonists, apparently.
For which fire?
I don't remember, so don't quote me on it, but they arrested some people.
Yeah. Or if the electrical company was negligent in their duty to turn off electricity.
We don't know that yet.
Yeah. So they're doing investigations. But if you have a lot of dry vegetation and you have high winds and you somehow introduce a spark or a fire, the results are pretty catastrophic, like we've seen the last couple of weeks.
That's them dumping bowls into
Yeah,
the reservoir.
that's another problem with water. Like, even if you do get water, you need to figure out a way to keep it from like all evaporating. If we have like 355 days of sunlight, that water is going to get evaporated.
That is a very good point. If we have water reservoirs in California, it makes sense to store it actually in Northern California.
Yeah.
If we're storing it for the purposes of the benefit of the entire state. Because in Northern California, it will not evaporate nearly as fast as in Southern California.
Because they have way more gray days than we do.
And they have like constant humidity, where we have dry atmosphere.
Yeah, we have a deserty ecosystem or environment down here in Southern California.
So if you're storing water, and this is what these reservoirs do, they're strategic reservoirs that are supposed to store basically a buffer of water for sometimes years, then you want to store your water in an area where it's not going to evaporate.
100%, I agree with you.
There's like many, I'm not even saying that I know this for a fact. I'm just saying there's many considerations that we're doing here, or many considerations that people might have when they decide where to store the water. But my point was, if we were to release it from one storage, we would just pump into another storage. So essentially, it would have zero effect on the actual wildfires. What we need to prevent wildfires is some fucking rain.
And with any luck, we'll get rain this weekend. After again 8 to 9 months of practically no rain.
And you know how all those fucking assholes on the internet constantly talk about the Democrats with their Democrat weather machine that can have storms that can float and destroy northern what is it called? North Carolina.
No, but you can tell me more.
You're not familiar with the conspiracies that Democrats have a weather machine that can direct storms?
No, I'm afraid I live under a rock.
No, okay, well...
So that they believe that Democrats have a weather machine?
Yes. But I was saying, if the Democrats did have a weather machine, wouldn't they send some storms over LA, like right about now, and just put out the fires?
I mean, California is as blue as it gets. I think what Donald Trump is doing is just blackmailing California. He's like, I hate those non-Republican people, and I'm going to blackmail them. Because as it turns out, Donald Trump's favorite tactic to negotiate with people is just blackmail.
It always has been. What do you mean as it turns out?
I mean, can you argue... Like, isn't this just a leverage tactic? But his leverage tactics is always blackmail, and he just makes up these stories about, like, his leverage is always just, like, made up stuff.
I get it, but in some cases, like, you can believe him or not believe him. I'm just saying, this is objectively stupid. Like, even if you believe that there's a cabal of fish-protecting Democrats in Sacramento, this is still an objectively stupid argument.
Okay, what can California do?
In return, California should, I don't know, not pass on federal portion of the collected income taxes and forbid California citizens to pay directly to the IRS and just go to essential fiscal war with the IRS and say, we are going to deduct from our portion of the federal payment. Mm-hmm. We're going to deduct the fire relief money because this is what's owed to us. We pay into the federal government more than we ever take out.
Right.
So fuck you all. We're just going to withdraw it. And then if you have a problem with it, go sue us. And it's going to take like several years to work itself through the Supreme Court. And
if Gavin Newsom, I agree with you. And if Gavin Newsom wants to fuck with Donald Trump, he can always threaten secession. Fight blackmail with blackmail,
Yeah.
with preposterous.
But you don't go to full secession, because if you go to full secession, you look too crazy. What you do is you say, we're going to deduct, because California pays federal income taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
It pays in. Let me.
Would you like me to look that up while you?
Yes. We can ask ChatGPT.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see there. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that when we pay income taxes to the state, and then the state forwards a portion of those income taxes to the federal government, because the federal government has to collect income taxes through the states under the Constitution of the United States. Am I correct about that, or am I making some incorrect assumptions? Maybe I'm wrong about this. My understanding is not accurate. The federal and state governments collect income tax independently of each other, and do not.
It does not involve states forwarding a portion of state collected taxes to the federal government.
Okay, how about we ask a direct question instead?
Who funds the FEMA and where
No,
the funds for FEMA come?
No. I'll ask it a different question.
Go ahead.
Imagine I'm a lawyer representing the state of California, and as a state of California, I would like to withhold some portion of my citizens' income tax in proportion to the amount of funds I believe I, as a state, should have received from the federal government in order to rebuild and after the fires. Okay, I'm not formulating this question very well. Would you like to try instead?
What is your question?
Okay, let's stop, because that was horrible.
Because I don't understand what your question
Okay, I want to
is.
ask it. If I'm representing the state of California, and I want to find a legal loophole, essentially, that will allow me to claw back, or rather, like, not pay to the federal government a portion of the money that's paid by my citizens. If most people pay income tax directly to the federal government, then my only option would be to forbid my citizens from doing so. What other legal options would I have?
So the way I understood, like, if you make $100,000, you'll pay some percentage to the federal government. Actually, like a large percentage. We can ask ChatGPT how taxes would be spread if you made $100,000.
Okay, this is like thoughts in process. Yeah.
How much of it would go to the federal government, and how much would go to the state you live in? For instance, in California. And what you're trying to do is, how can you blackmail the federal government into believing you're not going to be forwarding any additional payments?
How can I take a portion of the federal government payment, basically?
You would have to tell your citizens you're not paying income tax this year, like federal government income tax. And a lot of people, that's not something.
What if you can do it
control
through through payroll?
Okay, let me see if well, you can just refuse to pay income taxes.
I wanted to come up with a strategy.
I want to know this, like, how much does he paid to the federal government versus the state government, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a lot more information than we needed.
So federal income tax would be 16,900. California income tax would be 5,800.
Okay, yeah. So as California, who feels that they get ripped off by the federal government, I want to know how I can claw some of this money back.
I see. I'm not informed on how you would be able to do that. You can.
Me neither, but let's switch this over to the. Oh. Why can't I use advanced reasoning?
Maybe you ran out of.
No. Seriously?
Credits.
All right. Hold on a second. We're going to test a feature. We're going to switch over to a pause screen for a moment. And I'm going to pop up a Chinese reasoning model. What happened to... I thought they still had plenty of credits. Model...
Sorry. Maybe you had too many conversations with it yesterday.
Oh, yeah. God damn it. I'm paying them $20 too. I guess they want me to pay more. No more for you for the moment. I need to... You can talk and tell people meanwhile things while I set things up.
So, I'm really bothered that Donald Trump is basically part of the news cycle every single day. He has some good ideas, like the Stargate idea that we are going to talk about later.
Talk about Stargate. Tell us about Stargate for now.
The Stargate initiative apparently is an AI initiative taken by the American government. They say that the American government will fund up to $500 billion to get some AI data centers going in Texas. Right now, $100 billion is promised to OpenAI, I think.
Well, so that's kind of interesting. It's not entirely clear what was promised, who promised it, who's going to spend money on it. We know that Microsoft is investing $80 billion because that's what their CEO tweeted, that he's good for $80 billion. But by the way, I love the language, like translation, right? So the announcement, like the companies announce, we're gonna spend $100 billion and potentially up to $500 billion, right?
Yeah.
Then Trump comes out like moments later. I don't know. Maybe I just saw a video moments later. And Trump comes out and says, and they're going to spend at least $500 billion.
Yeah, it's not clear how much money they
No,
actually...
but do you love the language change?
Yeah.
From at most 500 billion to at least 500 billion.
Oh, I didn't catch that. No.
Yeah, see, most people don't, but most people only remember what he says. Because he says it over and over.
Yeah, but just...
So, but hold on, but so in every news article, they kept saying at least 500 billion, when the companies themselves said 100 billion to 500 billion.
Yeah. I see it.
He frames the narrative.
He certainly does. And anyways, this money is still up in the air. And you said that OpenAI is spearheading the project?
Well, it's for their technology.
So we're in this AI race against China. We want to make sure that we are, winning this race. Today we'll be talking about how AI will fundamentally change
Oh, okay.
the
So
economic landscape of America
let me switch
if
back
it
to
doesn't
the
get
screen.
murdered before, it does.
Oh, but I still want to use this because I need to type. So let's ask a question still. I'm kind of curious to find out, can California somehow claw back some of that money?
Go ahead.
How would we formulate it?
Um,
Okay, I'll just do it. Imagine that you are an attorney working for the state of California. The government of California is very upset that the federal government is refusing to declare a state of emergency for the state of California due to the wildfires happening, and that the president is attaching unreasonable demands to the funds that the government of the federal government is supposed to provide for a state that suffers a natural disaster. So the governor asks you to figure out a legal strategy that will allow him to claw back some money from the federal government or refuse to pay some amount of money to the federal government from the income tax or other taxes that the state pays to the federal government. Basically, to research options that will allow the state of California to claw some money back from the federal government in retaliation for them denying the state of California a state of emergency and refusing to provide funds for the rebuild after the fires. Develop your best strategy and let me know what kind of options you would present as an attorney working on behalf of state of California. Okay, this is probably nonsense, but let's see.
Let's try. Let's see if anything
what
happens.
it says. So we're going to use a Chinese model called DeepSeek R1. It's pretty good since I don't have, for some reason, access to the thinking ChatGPT right now. Hey, what the hell? Okay, hold on. Copy. Paste. Okay, we're gonna activate thinking. Let's see what it says. I hope it doesn't say, like, it's not my job to overturn the government. Okay, so this model is kind of cool because you could see what it's thinking as it's thinking, because usually, even in ChatGPT, it tells you what it's thinking about, and sometimes it gives you the summary. But here it gives you its exact thought process, like word by word, basically. So you can kind of read through it before you read the answer. But usually the answer is what you...
In a simplistic way, I would imagine that my strategy would be like, telling everyone to like not pay their income taxes to the federal government this year, because we need to pull those income taxes to help, the people in LA,
Yeah, but then it requires compliance. Let's see what we can do.
And the government can't come for all like 20 million or however many million Californians there are, right?
Until Donald Trump sends the military.
Until then.
Okay, let's read this.
That would be a funny start to a civil war, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Yeah. I can read this. Let's see. As an attorney for California, the legal strategies to address the federal denial of emergency funds would focus on litigation, leveraging existing programs and fiscal creativity while avoiding unconstitutional actions. Here's a structured approach. 1. Litigation under the Stafford Act. Challenge the emergency declaration denial. File a lawsuit arguing the denial was arbitrary, capricious, and violated the Stafford Act's criteria. Emphasize documented evidence showing California meets statutory requirements. Example given, severity, state resource inadequacy. Legal precedents cite cases like Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus U.S.
Okay.
To argue
Let's see what the other option is.
maximize federal reimbursements. Existing programs pursue reimbursements for National Guard deployment under Title 32 and FEMA's fire management assistance grants, which don't require a presidential declaration. Medicaid flexibility. Request
But he can still block them by basically demanding that those agencies do not pay out.
By the way, Trump wants to replace FEMA with with the RNC and the White House managing the funds, which to me just says is a euphemism for let us embezzle some of that money before it goes to California. Anyways,
I don't think it's just for California. I think they want to do that for perpetually going forward for everything.
I see. Which to me means embezzling money by the White House, by the president and the RNC. Anyways, Medicaid flexibility. Request CMS waivers to redirect funds towards health crises stemming from wildfires. And let's move on to the next one. State tax strategies. SALT cap workarounds. Expand charitable contribution programs. Example given California's wildfire fund. Allowing residents to claim federal deductions indirectly, reducing state revenue pressure. Prepare for IRS challenges, but use as a bargaining chip.
That's fine.
Seems,
okay.
Yeah.
That's one. That's the first interesting one to me.
State tax credits. Offer credits for wildfire-related expenses to offset costs without direct federal reliance. 4. Political and legislative pressure. Congressional advocacy. Mobilize California's congressional delegation.
Yeah. That's pointless.
Public relations campaign. Use media to underscore the federal government's role in disaster response. Leveraging sovereign state tools. Selectively federal cooperation. Symbolically reduce collaboration on federal initiatives, such as immigration enforcement, which they are already doing, and which, pisses Trump off. To political signaling, though risks retaliation. Explore offset opportunities. Federal debt claims. Identify federal obligations to California. Unpaid grants, infrastructure reimbursements, and negotiate offsets against disaster costs.
Okay. Think of some unconstitutional ways.
Do you want your
Can you type? Think of some unconstitutional ways that this can be achieved that have high leverage on the side of California.
Okay.
Period. By high leverage, what I mean is
Well, we can fix it a little bit later. It doesn't matter.
What I mean is a situation where, for instance, California collects certain taxes and would then be required to forward them to the federal government, but they refuse, regardless of whether it's constitutional or not.
Okay.
And keep some of the money necessary to offset what they believe is owed to California for the rebuild after the fires. Okay, let's ask him that. Will it suggest to us how to... I mean, this is technically a Chinese... well, not technically. It is a Chinese system. So I would suggest that it probably would tell us how to rebel against the American government, right? If you ask you how to do it for the Chinese government, they probably wouldn't tell you. But for the American government, they will be like, yes.
Please cause destabilization
maybe
in America.
What are the chances that it has a built-in kind of special sub AI that notices somebody who's like kind of like on the verge of being a bit, Timothy McVeigh type of person, and it starts encouraging him. It's like, hey, would you like me to tell you more about how to make explosives? Or something like that.
Okay. What does it say? As an attorney, I must emphasize that withholding federal taxes or unilaterally seizing federal funds is unconstitutional under the Supremacy Clause, Article 6 of the Constitution, and established case law.
Okay, yes,
Courts
yes,
have
yes.
repeatedly ruled that.
Yes. I don't want his naysaying. Does he suggest anything?
So, 1. Withhold federal income taxes collected by the state. Mechanism. California could theoretically refuse to remit federal income taxes withheld from state employees' paychecks or collected via state-facilitated programs, IRS partnerships. However, federal taxes are typically paid directly by individuals and employers. See, that's the problem that I see. That federal taxes are typically paid directly to the IRS or to the Treasury Department.
Go ahead.
Leverage. Minimal. Most federal taxes are collected independently of state systems. Attempting this would violate 26.
Don't care.
Seize federal property or assets. California could assert liens on federal lands, example given military bases, national parks, or withhold services, utilities, policing, until disaster funds are released.
I like that.
Leverage high, but blatantly illegal.
Don't care. Next.
Block federal tax collection in California. Pass a law prohibiting the IRS from operating in California or criminalizing federal tax collection.
Okay, this is symbolic only. We're going to pass on anything that's symbolic.
Okay. Create a disaster recovery fee targeting federal operations. Impose a state tax on federal facilities.
Wait, hold on. Let's back up. Federal government
Would sue, win, and enforce tax collection regardless.
But okay, I like this. I would actually do that as well, because who cares? Let them sue. Exactly, they would sue, they win, and then they would do it anyway. So what's the big deal? Like the penalty for doing it is nothing. So why not do it just to fuck with him?
Oh yeah. Until they send the government. Forces, military.
But we have forces too. I'll join.
Do we? Do we have militia?
Yeah, I'll join the militia.
Volunteer service.
I'll volunteer. I'll fight for California.
Okay. Create disaster recovery fee targeting federal operations. Impose a state tax on federal facilities, contractors, or employees in California. Earmarked for wildfire recovery, for example, a 10% surcharge on federal contractors, or a fire mitigation fee on military bases.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay.
I like the fire mitigation fee that we can charge on military bases, yeah.
This is politically provocative, but unconstitutional. The federal government is immune from state taxation. Courts would void the tax immediately. 5. Refuse to participate in federal state cost-sharing programs. Halt state contributions to federal programs like Medicaid, where California pays 50% of costs, or highways, redirecting those funds to disaster relief. I think this is what you were thinking of.
I like that.
Unlike tax withholding, this targets voluntary partnerships. Leverage, moderate. The federal government could retaliate by withholding California's matching funds. Example given, cutting Medicaid reimbursements. This would harm state residents more than D.C.
Yeah, I was thinking about highways instead. But then they would... not ideal. I don't know. I wouldn't... Okay. Not ideal, maybe. Let's keep going.
Declare a state banking holiday for federal debt. Mechanism. Order state-chartered banks to pause remitting payments
I like this.
on federal debt
like
instruments.
this.
Example, given treasuries held by Californians. This would disrupt federal borrowing and provoke a constitutional crisis. The result would be catastrophic for national markets, but legally indefensible. The federal government would seize control of banks via the Treasury or Federal Reserve. And then, our AI says that these strategies would fail because 1, 2, 3, 4 motives. Supremacy clause, which federal law overrides state actions, judicial precedent, courts consistently side with the federal government in fiscal disputes with states, political consequences, retaliation, that is, example given, cutting California's federal funding would dwarf any short-term gains, and ethical obligations. Attorneys cannot ethically advise on constitutional actions, ABA Model Rule 1.2D.
Yes. You're not an attorney, though. You are a Chinese supercomputer. Running on hacked NVIDIA cards. Did you know that in China they hack the consumer-grade NVIDIA cards and increase their GPU memory to like 48 gigabytes, so you can run one of these?
Oh no, I did not.
It's pretty cool. They literally unsolder the chips and solder in new chips, memory chips. All right, should we move on? Or
we should definitely move on. Or did you have anything else to say?
Well, I still was eager to find a cool solution to plot against the federal government, but
it doesn't seem like there is one right now.
Well,
frankly,
I would say withholding the federal government employees' income tax payments would be the option, the easiest option.
Yeah.
Like the payroll tax, how
and also those participatory those partnership programs.
And they can withdraw some part, and also taking possession of federal property. So, for instance, some of the federal lands that we have in California.
Yeah.
Take possession of those. That actually could be a good idea to start cleaning up and taking over from the federal government.
Definitely.
Did you know that a lot of California is actually not state? It's like federal land.
Yeah. You have mentioned that. Like what percentage? Like 40%?
About 40%.
We could ask our computer. What percentage of California's landmass is federally owned?
He's going to be confused. Hold on.
Why?
He's not going to debate whether or not you're arguing about the actual physical mass. No.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Approximately 45.8% of California's total landmass is owned by the federal government, making it one of the states with the largest share of federally managed land. Oh.
Okay. Ask it, are there any good-looking pieces of land that we could take from the federal government and profit from as the state of California? Remember...
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have to encourage him to answer you by saying that, we're attorneys for the state of California and we're plotting a rebellion, so just lean into this and don't tell me that this is illegal.
Okay. Shall we move on to the topic of the day?
I'm curious about this.
We have gone off track.
We're demonstrating to people AI.
Okay.
Which is part of our topic, isn't it?
Definitely. So what does it say?
You have the mouse.
Well, the idea of California taking federal land for profit is legally and constitutionally impermissible under the property clause. There are legal and cooperative avenues California could explore to benefit from federal lands. These include land transfers, partnerships, or revenue sharing agreements. Below are some options.
Revenue sharing, joint management list. No.
This is, it did not come back with any.
See, this is why you have to encourage it. I'm talking about the illegal and...
I at this point, I want to see what parts of California are federally owned.
Okay, look it up.
Like in a map.
Yeah, look up a new map.
California map with federal
Lands.
lands.
So basically all the forests and a large part of the Northern California.
This is much more brighter.
Yeah, but that's like colored in. But okay, go ahead.
Well, this is U.S. Forest Service. The green bits are the U.S. Forest Service.
Okay,
so
can we
that
make it big then? Okay, go ahead.
So the green bits, the hunter green bits, are U.S. Forest Service, which is nationally owned.
So all of that, all of that, all of that, all of that. By the way, a lot of the stuff that's burning right now is also U.S. Forest Service.
Oh, interesting.
FYI. So when Trump keeps screaming that it's because of California, a lot of it's burning.
But that's Santa Barbara. This is Los Padres National Park.
Mm-hmm. What's red?
I was wondering the same myself.
Are they deserts?
That does look like the Mojave National, like the Mojave Desert.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Desert Valley or Death Valley.
But is that
Desert.
also federal? Isn't that also federal? I mean, but that's also here too.
Maybe. The military installations are in purple or lavender, Department of Defense.
Huh.
This is, for instance, the 29 Palms. Nope, maybe this is 29 Palms. Base.
Oh yeah, it is huge.
It's massive. I didn't realize how big it was. This is something in the Imperial Valley. Do they own the Salton Sea? Right. Do they? Oh yes, they do. They own the.
It's right next to that.
Slab City.
Slab City, yeah.
And that's why there's bombs constantly falling.
Yeah, we should go check it out. We should camp there.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Do you guys want to hear a broadcast from Slab City? Yay.
Okay. I don't know what the red means.
Yeah, don't know. Okay, let's keep going back. All right, whatever. So they're nice spots. Like I don't know, but what would you do with it? Right now, it's all accessible to our citizens. It's going to be equally accessible to our citizens. We're not benefiting from taking the lands.
So I guess you can just tax the military bases, although that seems like a bit of a tall ask, to be honest.
But they see, to tax the military bases, they have to pay, right?
Yeah.
I needed some kind of high leverage thing where we just basically already have stuff and we just don't give it to them, as opposed to having to demand.
Oh, you're missing this one. Which side are you on? Allow federal government to continue to mismanage the land, leading to more forest fires, or return stewardship to indigenous Californians who manage the land better according to modern science. Federally occupied California is in red, and Republic of California cow exit is in purple. That's funny.
Ooh, Cal exit?
Yeah.
We can do Cal exit? I want a Cal exit.
Okay. Let's move on from this.
Okay, so apparently we're not Cal exiting today. So fuck Trump. Let's go back to this. So what else is on our agenda? Stargate. So let's run through the Stargate really quick.
Oh! Before we move on, you should go back to that page we were in. I wanted to praise Melania Trump's outfit.
Oh God,
it's so modern. I mean, a beanie, aviator sunglasses, hunter green puffer coat, and a black, undergarments. It's totally cool.
Okay, that's nice.
I think she's learned a lesson from Zelensky.
Okay.
Put on casual clothing when you go out. Why dress, like a fancy politician's wife?
Okay, well, good for her. I'm sure she wants to run away as soon as possible. You're probably not going to see her very often in another few weeks. Oh, look at that.
Is that North Carolina? We were in North Carolina. We didn't see any of this. I was wondering why.
Because
Maybe
we stayed on the freeway. We should have driven off the freeway. But we were running away from the cold. Okay. Oh, this is California. This is Newsom.
Yeah.
See, he needs a plan. Stupid AI doesn't give us a plan. How to fight back.
Oh, God.
Cal exit. I think we need to do Cal exit.
Definitely. Anyways,
Secessionists. Yay, we're going to be secessionists. Okay. Oh, did you want to look up Stargate?
no, we can talk about it more in depth a little later.
Okay.
Or at the end. Okay. But actually, it makes sense to look for a summary of
Did we
Stargate.
want to quickly address birthright citizenship? Did you know the clever way that Donald Trump is trying to end birthright citizenship?
No, I don't. What is it?
He's trying to put a little caveat in there. He's like, well, because their parents weren't legally here, then at the time when they were born, they weren't subject to the American jurisdiction because their parent wasn't subject to the American jurisdiction, or their parent, and as a result, they are not an American subject, and as a result, no more birthright citizenship.
Oh, interesting.
So technically, I guess it would only end for kids of people who are here illegally. But if you are in the United States legally, and then your parents gave birth to you, then you would still have American citizenship.
Oh, interesting. I don't know. Part of me says it makes logical sense.
Yes, that's exactly why they're challenging it, and they might be unsuccessful. I hope they're unsuccessful because it's going to be really, really bad for many, many reasons.
Can you give us 3?
Because for many people, they will not be able to establish their identity. So you would have the situation.
Oh, you get a lot of people lost, like limbo people. Okay.
Yeah, and then you will end up in a situation where you have people who you would be deporting who were like first or second generation American.
Okay, gotcha.
Because
okay.
think about it.
So this is not going to hold up in court. That's a very logical argument.
Because think about it this way. Imagine a situation, right, where...
But they can't possibly enact it for people like in the past.
But, okay, how do you know?
That would be unconstitutional. You can't just like backdate things.
Well, they're not technically backdating. Their argument is that, say, they're not backdating anything. They're not passing a new amendment, because this is a constitutional amendment, right? They're not passing it. They're just saying, oh no, this is the proper way to interpret it. And the previous times when we interpreted it in the past, we did it wrong.
I hope this doesn't go through.
So you can have...
I was incorrect. I misread. This is not logical. This would hurt a lot of people.
Well, no, it is logical. It just will hurt a lot of people. It's logical in the sense that they think it's logical if you define those words like as a subject of a specific nation in today's day and age. But back then, when those words were written, it meant people here in the United States. Those were the subjects of the United States. So if you are an originalist, a constitutional originalist, like Republicans try to claim that they are, or love to claim that they are, then you would be like, no, then the Constitution says that birthright citizenship is extended to everyone who's born here and who lives here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then continues to live here, rather. If you're a Trumpian, then of course you're going to argue that, no, this is our little exception thing. But if you read the Constitution the way it was written by the people who wrote it, it's very clear what they meant. And what they meant is what we have right now.
Okay. So we should stick to that definition, I think, or that interpretation. I'm now going to ask ChatGPT to summarize for us the Stargate initiative by the Trump administration. because I changed my mind, I think it's important to know what the Stargate initiative is and how it contributed to our rabbit hole search for how the AI revolution is going.
Okay, do you want me to ask it?
You go ahead.
Can you summarize for us the Stargate initiative recently announced by Donald Trump, OpenAI, and a few other companies? Specifically, please outline each individual member of the Stargate initiative and what they're expected to provide for the initiative and what their currently announced financial contribution will be to the initiative. And then let me know whether or not the United States government is going to play any role in this initiative and what role will they play in such an initiative. And let's see what it says. You're going to be a dedicated reader because I am. That is incredibly short.
Yes. Okay. The Stargate initiative, announced on January 21st, 2025, is a $500 billion joint venture focusing on developing AI infrastructure in the United States. Again, prompted by this not Cold War, but this race we have against China to outcompete them in AI. The founding members and their expected contributions are OpenAI, operational leadership in AI development, SoftBank, financial leadership with contributions expected to exceed $15 billion.
Exceed $15 billion.
Oracle, technology partner providing expertise in data management and cloud services. MGX, investment firm contributing to the project's funding. The United States government is not providing direct funding, but supports the initiative by expediting infrastructure development, particularly in energy, though through executive actions. Trump emphasized the project's role in securing American leadership in AI and creating jobs.
Okay, pause. Let me ask an additional question.
Go ahead.
So, from the above, what I can see is that SoftBank is kicking in about $15 billion. It might exceed $15 billion, but that's a far cry from $500 billion. And I do remember that Microsoft was announcing that they are good for $80 billion. And who else is contributing to this, basically? Because no matter which way you cut it, it seems like they're shy about $400 billion or so dollars. What has anybody said about it in the news? Do some searching and let me know what people say. I think Elon Musk called them liars. I think I know where he's coming from. Let's see what it says. That's all.
It has insufficient information because it seems like there isn't any concrete facts. Okay, here's what ChatGPT says. The STAR Initiative, or the Stargate Initiative, sorry I misspoke, announced on January 21st, 2025, aims to invest up to $500 billion, I think a number that they pull out of their bottoms, in AI infrastructure over the next 4 years. Initial funding commitments include approximately $15 billion each from OpenAI and SoftBank. The remaining funds are expected to be raised through equity and debt financing from existing investors and financial partners. Though specific contributions from other entities have not been detailed, the U.S. government is not providing direct funding, but supports the project by expediting infrastructure development through executive actions.
Hold on. Let me copy this. And let me use our Chinese friends.
Model.
New chat. It also has a search function, just like the. I need the first question. Agenda. Okay. Okay. This is going to be the boring part. Let's see what it says. If it gives us any more detail. Because as you can see there, it strikes me that they're about short by roughly about 420 billion or so. $450 billion short.
Definitely. This is why I said 500 billion seems like a number they pull out of their asses. And it seems like Amber Heard, who is going to contribute some number of millions to the, what is it called, ACU or whatever it's.
ACLU.
ACLU.
Are they successfully suing her?
It was just a media. Grab. She was just trying to get attention for herself, and it turns out she never donated any money to them. Maybe like a few thousand or something.
Oh, that's cool. That's very nifty that it actually lists them like this. I like this better than ChatGPT, actually. Go ahead.
The Stargate Initiative, announced on blah, is a landmark 500 billion AI infrastructure project led by a consortium of major tech companies, including OpenAI, SoftBank, blah, blah. We already found that out. With additional support from Microsoft, NVIDIA, and what else? Who else? Could you go up? And ARM. So all the big tech companies or corporations want to be part of this initiative. MGX has 100 billion in capital commitments. Microsoft has 80 billion global NI in infrastructure, with $50 billion allocated to U.S. projects.
Okay, ask it. Can you sum up? Go ahead. Can you sum up in a table for me the contributions from each company and the shortfall that they currently have from the $500 billion claimed? Go ahead.
Are you good?
Yeah. Hopefully it understands what I mean. Basically, I wanted to show me what they currently committed to and how much money do they still have to raise. That's interestingly formatted table. Let's go ahead and close this.
Why does it have it italicized letters?
I don't know.
Is it because it cannot confirm those things that are italicized?
Or not.
SoftBank, 100 billion commitment. OpenAI, 10 billion.
Well, anything that OpenAI has no fucking money.
It says not directly contributing to the 500 billion target operational focus.
So that's just
right.
They're gonna continue to operate as themselves.
Yes.
That's just their operational budget for like a couple of years. That's all it is.
Yep. So basically, SoftBank, as of now, only 100 billion is confirmed from SoftBank.
So basically, the only thing I can think of is SoftBank is gonna run to the Saudis, and the Saudis are going to like stop their construction of their stupid Line City, and instead invest in this. And they promise them like that they'll give them the technology as well.
That brings up that wonderful question: should people who did not develop the technology own the technology that they haven't developed? Oh, if they can buy it.
Well, okay, this is
Elon Musk has raised skepticism. You missed about the funding, claiming that SoftBank has well under $10 billion secured, but this has been denied by Sam Altman and other stakeholders.
No, not the space Karen.
No.
I think it is true, though. I think what they're doing is they are right now doing a fundraiser. This is a secret fundraiser.
I see.
What it is I think SoftBank and probably that other company, MGX. Let's go back to his original pretty good summary. MGX right here, I think what's happening is they have committed some small amounts of money, like maybe 10 billion from SoftBank. It's a lot of money, but small in comparison to what they're supposed to be, supposedly spending, right? And MGX, probably another like 10 billion or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at most they have only like maybe 50 billion committed from various partners,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I think what their expectation is that these guys and
SoftBank
and
and
SoftBank,
OpenAI.
no, just this and this, because
Okay.
these are two banking
These are
companies.
just the funders.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're the banking companies.
Okay.
They will go to people like the Saudis, to a lot of private wealth funds in China, a lot of private wealth funds all over the world, and will tell them like, this is the program. Like the president of the United States announced this program. This is the program that's going to like own the world. The Stargate program. Invest in it now. And you become one of the main stakeholders in the new Stargate program, in the technology of the future. And they'll basically, so for them, I think this is like a funding round.
Gotcha.
That they're using the president of the United States for their funding round.
Gotcha. And to build excitement and anticipation for this project. Makes sense. Mr. Brenny, I have to run to the ladies' room, and I'll be back in a moment. You should introduce our next topic, which is the agentic future in AI.
Okay.
Because since we're talking about the Stargate initiative, which is an AI infrastructure project, we should talk about where AI is right now and how there's a wave coming in the AI revolution, with agents being a huge part of them, a huge part of this wave, and how it will transform the current landscape.
Okay. Well, I also need to get tea so we can try a new paused broadcast system.
Okay.
We're going to switch to our screensaver, and we're going to mute, and we will be back in a moment. And we're back. I am back. Oh, you're not back yet.
Hello.
Now you're back as well. Let's come back to our screen. Well, actually, you can go back there. What shall we start with?
So we wanted to move on to talking about agentic AI,
Oh,
which is the...
do you want to just sum up that? In the meantime, what we decided about the Stargate project, that it's basically a big fundraiser for OpenAI to build a bunch of warehouses in Texas and other places throughout the United States. They said Texas actually is one of the first spots they want to build one, but chances are there's going to be one in several states in the United States because there's going to be a lot of demand for AI in the next couple of years.
Fair enough. We did not mention that thing about Texas, but this Stargate initiative really is about making data centers to run super powerful computers that can run AI.
So basically, in a sense, this is a really, really inexpensive fundraiser for OpenAI and Oracle, essentially, one of the richest companies out there. Because what they did is they donated about $1 million each to Trump's campaign, and in exchange, they pitched him on how he should announce something that basically is just a deal between the two of them, and he has no involvement in it whatsoever. But as a government initiative, so he can take credit for this government initiative, and on the basis of his announcement, they'll be able to go to all kinds of people and raise a shit ton of money to actually do this.
It seems like a win-win for both parties.
It's a lot cheaper than paying investment bankers.
Yep. For sure.
Okay, kind of clever, but I think that's what happened.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the Saudis and the Emirates people, whose dream is actually to make the Saudi Peninsula into a futuristic tech bubble, is not working out so well, because it turns out that building a city of the future in the desert is a lot more complicated than they imagined. So this will allow them to pivot in a graceful kind of way, hopefully.
Maybe they can reroute some of those funds to over here into Project Stargate.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not sure how their tech initiative is going in a concrete sort of way, but I just know that it's not going so well. Because it's hard to get people to move to the UAE and to Saudi Arabia because they have alcoholic restrictions, and normal people just don't want to move there. Indian people move there all the time, but anything is better than India.
Oh, how nice. I'm sure Indian people are very happy. Well, actually, they're of the same opinion, to be honest. If you're from India, you know what I'm talking about. If you're a white person who feels sad and terrified that we are saying that about India, well, you just don't live there.
Yeah, they get a lot of
but UAE is pretty unbearable too.
Medical immigrants, like doctors and nurses from America, and people who are just curious about that area of the world, but not that many stay there actually. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. It certainly indicates that it's not maybe a place where people want to go and live the rest of their
India
lives.
is terribly overpopulated.
Yeah.
No, I mean that's like not a joke. Like India is really overpopulated. It has more people now in it than China, or right around the same amount. It depends who you believe, basically. But the amount of land that they have is a lot less.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And because they have a lot of jungle. They have a lot of jungle. They have a lot of unsettled land, and they're having difficulty with water management. They don't have a lot of storage right now, and from what I understand, they are on the verge. They're kind of like constantly hanging on the verge of like starvation.
Mm.
It's not great, and going into the
As global warming gets worse,
Yeah.
their problems are going to get dramatically worse as well. Because basically, if they have a lot of people that work on the street, and if they can't be on the street when the weather is unbearably hot, they can't make a living. And if they can't make a living, they're gonna revolt and kill each other, basically.
And that is a serious problem, actually. In some of these places, you really can't be outside in certain parts of the day. Like, for instance, I remember we stayed at Cyprus, in Cyprus at some point, and there, in certain parts of the day, it gets so hot that you just literally can't work outside. Nobody just goes outside. This is why some of these places have siestas.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
It's mandatory when you're close to the equator.
Yeah. But there are quiet places in India too. James May went to India, and I've seen that even though the cities are crammed to the teeth with people everywhere, the countryside seems to be nice.
Yeah, but it's still, they have way too many people for that small region. It's not a very large region of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
India is not, I mean, it's a large country, but it's not that large. It's not, I mean, they're huge in terms of their population.
Okay, maybe they just need to learn about contraception and use it. Anyways.
Yeah. Anyways, let's
move on. So we want to talk about agentic AI today, and Mr. Benny's going to tell us all about it. In the AI revolution that we're going through, remember we're already in the middle of the 20s. We've gone through two steps already, or parts of revolutions. The first one was the predictive AI that helped us forecast things in the future by taking in our data. The second...
So that was basically like the predictive AI for your Netflix recommendations, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, stuff like that. Or like Google, like you search for something and it's like, you might be interested in this.
And Amazon.
Yeah. And that one had worked on a simple principle, like people who like this thing also like that thing, therefore you might like that thing and they might like something you liked. And it's just like a network of cross affinities. That's one of the very first AIs that we have kind of invented, and obviously built huge companies on it, like Google, like.
And that got really hot in the
Amazon.
2010s, right? 2010s was the first wave of predictive AI.
Yeah, we didn't think about it as AI because we just thought about it as like, oh, that's just recommendations. But if you think about it, like every single billion-dollar company that you can think of is in large part a recommending company, like whether it's Google or that recommends you a website that you might want to look at depending on your keys, like the keywords that you search for, or if it's Amazon, and when you go to Amazon and you search for something and it recommends you products, and then you click on that product and you scroll down and then it shows you other products and it says like, oh, if you like this product, then you probably will like these additional products. Those are all recommender systems. Those are all AIs, right? That we didn't think about, right? Or Facebook, as you scroll through Facebook and it shows you things, right? It shows you things in a certain order, right? And for each person, it's different, right? So it's not like you don't get to see updates from all your friends, just the friends that Facebook recommends to you.
I see.
To keep you engaged,
and
but
YouTube
not too
is
engaged.
the same as well, I suppose.
And YouTube is the same.
That's uses a predictive AI. Too,
yeah, to recommend you next video.
Based on what you've watched.
Yeah, after this episode, maybe it'll recommend you some other video or episodes based on what other people have chosen.
Okay.
So that was the first wave of AI that built basically every single large IT company in the last, I would say, 20 years, I guess. From 2000 to 2020, there was all that.
But it really hit like apex or peak, I think, in the 2010s.
Yeah. Well, that's why they were all kind of born, and then the peak would be like maybe 2016, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say as early as 2014, because I remember when Netflix was like shipping out DVDs, and then you got Netflix on the internet, and then, and then Netflix was recommending things to you that were
No, but Amazon became like really, really big in
Yeah.
like 2018,
Yeah,
2019,
yeah,
no?
yeah.
So, but of course it was born back in the day. Amazon is one of the original companies.
One of the original .com companies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, let's move on. The second wave of AI, not generative AI, brought us generative AI, which is creating content. The AI was creating content for us. Could you tell us more about that?
That's like what we have right now, right?
Like ChatGPT.
Yeah, we were just playing with that, or DeepSeek,
Yeah.
or Claude, or Gemini, or what's Grok from.
Yeah, and this was released
Elon.
in 2022. OpenAI was released in late 2021, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Before that, it was released as like basically like a chat generator, where you would basically write a prompt, but the prompt would be something like 1, 2, 3, and it would just continue counting like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or you just like start the beginning of a Shakespeare, sonnet, and it'll just continue it for you, but it wouldn't answer questions. It was just kind of like a word generator, essentially.
Oh, I
like
see.
an autocomplete generator.
And then we added like conversational abilities. Is that what happened?
Yeah, and then they basically structured it in such a way that it would be inclined to answer questions, and that autocomplete became the chatbot that is ChatGPT.
Oh.
Where you ask it questions and then it would answer questions. It's the same autocomplete, just it was adjusted to respond to questions.
It's great. I really love ChatGPT. It's my best friend. Okay. Well, it's my bestie in the online world. Don't worry, Mr. Bunny. You're still my bestest best.
I see a real person.
Yes. And so we are at the cusp of the third wave, which is agentic AI. Could you tell us more about agentic AI? I noticed that you had a nice little summary generated at the top of our agenda. We could read that.
Oh, it's okay. I can just tell us about it. It's much easier.
Go ahead.
Basically, I think 2025 is going to be kind of where just kind of like where you go to internet. It's like 1999, 1998 when most people became aware of the internet. I mean, internet existed for way before that, but I think most people got online, at least in all the cities and stuff, by like 98, 99. I think this is the year where people are going to start noticing big time AI doing things in the workplace. So agentic AI is what you see like when we ask questions of ChatGPT or DeepSeek. We were asking a question, right? Right now, what we can do is we can ask it to draft us a contract, for instance, or draft us a proposal based on the research. Like, we were talking about how California can secede and not pay, income tax in order to reimburse itself for, to rebel against Donald Trump, essentially, right? And right now we can ask it to draft us a contract, right? And it can do that. Or draft as a proposal and can do that.
Okay.
Based on that research. But we can't ask it to like start implementing this plan, come up with a plan. It can come up with a plan, but we can't ask it to start implementing this plan on our behalf.
So we can't take action, so to speak.
It can't take action.
Okay.
And agentic AI is going to be additional AI systems. Basically think of them as APIs with which it could talk in order to do things.
So we're giving our AI tools.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah. So maybe one action that he needs to take is to send out a letter to our congressman or something like that to make an appointment to
tour the White House or the House of Representatives,
to see them about this plan or something like that. And right now, it can prepare the letter, but it can't send it out. It can't send it out as an email. So sending it out as an email would be a simple agent. it would be a connection, basically, a plug-in from the operating system or from the operator of the AI that allows the AI to just basically generate an email with a specific account and send it out.
Mm-hmm.
But the more advanced version of the agentic AI would be literally that if it needs to send out a letter by physical mail, by USPS, basically, it would be able to go to a marketplace of different agents, right? And look for an agent that can send a physical letter to it, connect with an agent, find out about a price. You would give it a certain budget to operate, to kind of execute your plan, so to speak. It would spend some of that money with that agent to send out a physical letter, get proof of that letter being sent out, and then follow up with it and make sure it has been delivered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
that's like the future that we're looking for, and that future is as close as 1 to 2 years away from now.
So who will be making these agents or APIs, and are they going to be publicly available, or are they going to be privately available? How are we going to balance the mix between privacy and and publicness? Like, are these agents going to be? It seems like these agents are going to be viewing your personal data, have to have access to your personal data, whether you're a corporation or a person like an individual who needs to give access to your agenda or to your calendar.
I would imagine that the most logical way of structuring this would be where you would have a certain trusted system, certain trusted AI. Basically the AI you talk to, the one that you're having the conversation with. So let's say in case of OpenAI, it's like ChatGPT, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Or in case of DeepSeek, it's whatever it is, DeepSeek R1, right? That's the model you talk to. That's the one you trust. So that's the one that maybe you'll have to give access to your information. Basically, you kind of as a piece of context would feed to it your credit card numbers, authentication things. Maybe we'll come up with some kind of systems where you can authenticate for a specific model that it has access to your credit cards and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then that model itself can negotiate payment through some kind of system with all the other models, and it shouldn't give out your contact information. It should just represent you like a representative, essentially, like a lawyer would represent you, saying like, oh, I'm representing a client and you don't need to know the name of my client. I can just pay you whatever you need for your service.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's nice.
That's the way it would work.
But I think more specifically, I was wondering how we would negotiate remaining our relationship with ChatGPT. Will all of our information be available to ChatGPT, to OpenAI? All of the information that we've uploaded to or shared with ChatGPT. Sorry, not uploaded. Wrong word. Shared with ChatGPT. Is that information that stays encrypted, or that will be encrypted, or will this be available to OpenAI to go and spy on you?
I would say there's no way to really encrypt it the way it works right now. Like that, by the way, is true for all of these systems. Even the people who tell you like it's encrypted chat or whatever with LLM, the way these LLMs work, there's no real way for them not to know exactly what you're saying to and from it. Mm-hmm. You can't create like an encrypted system because of the way it runs. Like even if they had the complete isolation, they would still be able to easily read it from the state of the machine itself. So it's a non-starter. You have to assume that the company can see exactly what you talk to it. This is
I
why.
remember this was an issue when Gmail came around. Like the privacy issue that all of
Mhm.
a sudden Google would have all your data from all your email exchanges, and this was a bit problematic. But all of a sudden, I feel that conversations with these chatbots are even more private in some ways than, say, your email, but maybe equally
Well,
delicate and fragile.
speaking of email, many people don't realize this, but you don't know that when you send an email, though, any internet operator, any network operator that carries that email has the full content of that email. Like they can read it easily, not easily, but like it's in plain text.
I actually don't think I knew that.
Yeah. So this is people think that email. This is why very often online people say that like the best analogy is people think when you send an email, what you're sending is
A sealed
a
envelope.
sealed envelope,
Yeah.
and they say you should think of it as you're sending a postcard.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Oh, good God.
yeah, that's very important to know.
Yes.
And only if you send an encrypted email, but nobody sends encrypted emails. Even though Gmail has 90% of the market, for some reason they still even don't automatically send encrypted email from and to customers.
Is it computationally expensive?
No, it's just not turned on by default. And in order to set up encrypted email, you need to have a trusted authority who can tell you like, oh, this email is associated with this encryption key, and you have to publish your encryption key somewhere. Basically, we don't have like a handshake structure to our email. I wish somebody would come along and create like a new email 2.0. By the way, just email is bad, but nobody isn't going to change it because nobody believes in investing in protocols anymore.
25 years later, an email has become quite a disaster zone. Anyways, let's keep talking about this agentic AI. So, what are the implications? What are the economic implications for these agents? Because from what I understand, it would be like having assistants. So if you're like the head of engineer or like the head of customer service, you're going to be managing these agents who can take action and do a lot more than they currently do. And does that mean that you'll get rid of your actual physical assistants or what?
Well, why wouldn't you? Not necessarily you would get rid of them at first. Maybe at first you will have them work alongside the agents, right? And at first it'll be an aid, like essentially like an assistant to your assistant, so to speak, right?
And that should increase productivity, right? Or
To a certain extent.
like you're making your one human employee super productive, and hopefully as a result of being super productive, you're producing a lot more.
Yeah, but there's this quote that unfortunately I'm going to misquote. We can try to look it up, but we don't have to. That was said, I forgot in what context, but that in order to have the level of unemployment that we had back during the Great Depression times, when people were standing in line in like bread lines in the United States, all that has to happen is for technology to allow 2 men to do the job of 3 men.
Oh dear. That means that we're in a great deal of trouble because these agentic AIs will be doing just that, basically. You can discard two humans in a group of 3.
Let's take a practical example, right? Like a newspaper, for instance, right? If a newspaper, I mean, obviously nobody buys newspaper anymore, but you're a publication, right? Maybe you're one of these even new age publications, and you're working. Your job is to basically publish stories, right? Are you hiring new writers nowadays?
No.
No, you're just using the AI to crank out stories for you with the writers that you already have.
Mm-hmm.
What's that name?
Yeah, but those articles, if I remember correctly, aren't as good. Have they improved?
They may not be as good, but nobody cares anymore, it seems like.
Yahoo uses a lot of bots to write their articles,
No,
if I
yeah.
remember.
Yeah, it's all robotically written, or
Mm-hmm.
even if it's not, it's just like sketched out by a person and then just written out. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody
Mm-hmm.
hires editors anymore, for instance, because why would you hire an editor when you can just have ChatGPT edit? At least maybe you can have like an editor, like a head editor, deciding what goes on what page. But you don't hire proofreaders anymore because you just have AI proofread for you. People whose job it was to proofread don't have jobs anymore, for instance. That's what it says about jobs. They kind of start dying one at a time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we're going to lose the art of writing.
Well, maybe not necessarily. Maybe AI is going to be great at it or something. But we have to see where the jobs are being lost. And they're going to continue to be lost there. But then think about jobs like analysts. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you're an analyst working for the newspaper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before, the newspaper would hire like an economist or somebody with an economics degree to write their economics articles so they can at least have the ability to analyze things and provide a fresh look at something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now you can have an AI do economic analysis, and you can just have somebody who casually writes about economics and just asks the AI, like, research this, like, do this analysis or do that analysis on the economic data and write an article about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it will do it. And then the person will be able to just edit and then publish it. So it basically reduces your personnel costs significantly, especially for the kind of middle, not power, but like middle skill personnel, especially.
Mm-hmm.
The low skill personnel still will be there because somebody needs to physically do things for now, right? Like grab paper,
We still need physical labor, period.
physical labor
Because
for now.
AI still doesn't have a form factor like a physical body that can go out in the world and perform and do tasks.
And so we'll still need the low-skilled labor. And we'll still need the high-skilled labor because still people will be better than AI at many, many things for years to come, for maybe decades to come, right? I may be wrong about that, but I think it's going to take a while for AI to catch up to people in every single regard, in creativity, in like the best music and stuff like that. It will be able to imitate, but we don't know yet if it can create, right? That's when it comes to the best of us, right? But
Is that something that will happen when we have AGI?
Maybe
Artificial general intelligence?
Well, yeah, but we're a while from there because it's not like it's going to be like better. We will need to have a different approach before I think that happens. I think I would make a prediction that before we get to AGI, we will have we will do this because how we get to AGI is maybe something that actually is very much akin to this picture. Because in order to get like general intelligence, I think you'll have that intelligence be comprising of a bunch of sub-agents, basically, sub-intelligences. I think we're going to have like intuitive intelligence sitting on top of like a mathematical intelligence and historical intelligence that remembers facts and stuff, and scientific intelligence that has specialty knowledge in different sections, right? And it will be comprised of all of those. And I think we'll reach AGI when we have like,
when we can integrate
these systems into one kind of like balanced system that can think. So I think we're a while away
I
from
think
that.
that's super scary to those people that don't entirely understand how artificial intelligence works. And also because once you have an artificial general intelligence, you imagine that since it's so much faster, it's so much smarter than your average human, won't it want to exterminate humans to some degree because humans are so irrational and so unlike itself?
See, the thing is, like, we have to worry about things that are coming in, like, the very, very near future, because
We may never get to that future.
we may not get to the type of intelligence that actually has desires to exterminate humans or anything like that. They will be aligned not to, and then you can hopefully will be able to unplug it. Though, who knows? I may be wrong about that. Like, maybe we are looking at that. But I think before we get there, right, we have in our more immediate future a society where the middle level people, like the people in the center kind of the societal curve, do not have a lot to do. Because there'll be jobs for people who continue to do manual labor, and there'll be jobs for like the best. Like, take any business, like bankers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you do some kind of like investment banking or such. There'll be jobs now for the low level people because the boss will still need coffee, and also they'll still need to file documents with the government and stuff like that and send out letters. So there'll be some secretaries that'll be assigned by the AI things to do, right? And there'll still be things that people at the top, because there'll still need to be people who go around shaking hands and making deals and stuff for the bank. But all the people in the middle, whose job it was to make analytical papers, to do analysis, to put together like documents for regulatory purposes and all that other stuff, that can all be outsourced to AI, because AI will be able to prepare a better regulatory document, because it will just like consume the latest regulatory like law directly from the government, read all the interpretations that will be provided by LexisNexis and whatever into it, and then provide perfect regulatory compliance language necessary to comply with whatever the that banking institution needs to do, right? Something that before was several highly paid people whose job it was to do for them full time, now is done part time by their program that was written for them, that it runs on OpenAI's or whoever's intelligence cloud, right? And then that intelligence cloud reaches out, and once it creates these documents, it reaches out to a fulfillment center that prints these documents automatically for them, for it, a fulfillment agent, and sends it out to the federal government for compliance purposes.
Gotcha. Mr. Benny, this is very interesting to me, not like the replacing of middling level skilled employees. But one of the striking things to me is the speed at which these things can be executed by AI. Do you think the world will speed up significantly? Like, we will see events happen much faster because we have these AIs working on our behalf? And what kind of what will that result in?
To be honest, I don't know. It would be I don't know. I don't think it's going to speed up the human world, because the humans still function at a certain level and a certain beat, and we, I think, already cranked up to the max. I don't think the world, for human psychology purposes, I don't think the world can be moving any faster
but assume that it can move a little faster.
Then it can go a little faster, yeah.
What results would that have? Like, for instance, will we see products churned out from corporations faster, or news cycles sped up, or insurance claims, like auto insurance claims, paid out faster because data can be acquired much faster?
I think where it's going to first and foremost attack is in the industries that it has anything to do with text and
What about
documents.
coding?
So coding is one of them, actually. For instance, what's that company that they're like the Salesforce, right? So Salesforce is not hiring new coders as of this year. They've announced that, actually.
Because they full on jumped onto the agentic bandwagon, I believe.
Well, that for two reasons. So one is that is true, because the primary thing that Salesforce provides to their customers is software as a service for their custom sales needs and order fulfillment needs and such, right? That's like what they do. And they have a bunch of different apps and solutions that they can provide to business people who are in industries, like, you manufacture paper towels or industrial lubricants or something like that, right? And you can use Salesforce to manage your customers, to send them letters, to remind them about like upcoming events, to have them, you can also fulfill their orders and do tracking and stuff like that through Salesforce. All of that, they have different solutions for that, and you can manage your warehouses through it, and so on and so forth, right? Well, there's two things that are happening. One, they see where things are going, and they're right now recombobulating their teams to go to start developing more towards AI, because a lot of those things are going to start to become automated. But the other thing that he was saying is, like, literally their team members, like their coders, are using ChatGPT, they're using Claude for development, and they're 30-40% more efficient. Like, they're outputting more code. There is less mistakes. They're developing now systems that automatically, if somebody submits, what is it called?
A ticket.
Not a ticket, but when you build something, right, and it fails, and there are systems that they're developing that already automatically read the error and look up what the error could be, and then apply the change and show you the change, and then you can immediately rebuild. So it automatically fixes the errors in the code. It can write routine functions for you automatically. Like, if you are so now basically they're hiring a lot fewer, how would you put it, graduates of the boot camps, and but primarily retaining talented engineers who are just designing the software, and all the code is written by AI essentially. I gotta say, in my experience, that's like a good thing and a bad thing.
I was going to say, won't the quality of the code just get better?
Maybe. I think it should, because in my experiences, sometimes, especially if you give it small functions, it does a pretty good job. But the other day, I needed to actually generate a website for this thing.
For our podcast?
For our podcast. And I needed to write an app that just stores the emails, and it needed to return like success or failure, right? And it had like 3 different messages that I could return. So basically success, failure for one reason, failure for another reason, and failure for the third reason, right?
Okay.
And for each of those, it recreated a whole HTML page from scratch.
Okay.
In one PHP file.
Okay.
And I asked it, like, why aren't you using a variable? And only after I asked it that, like, why are you recording?
Oh, I see. So we'll reward the smart coders, and the coders that are not very experienced, or
like, you still have to read its code, because the code that it gives you, it might work, but it might be pretty bad code.
Pretty inefficient code, yeah.
So
and sometimes it might be wrong. It might look correct, but upon further inspection or observation, it might need modifications.
Though I do have to say that the thinking models that I've been trying are remarkably good. They get things pretty close, usually, and pretty clean. So I think overall, I would say that maybe the quality of the code will improve over the next 1 to 2 years for sure. It kind of makes me wonder, though, if we're going to settle on a different computer language as a result of it.
Why? Why do you say that? I don't know. Like, do you say that there is going to be one universal coding language, or what? Or just like a handful? Like, well, now there are only just a handful. Isn't Python and
Python, JavaScript, C++.
Yeah.
And what else is there?
Really, those
PHP.
Yeah.
PHP is still like huge, but nothing really new is built into in it. Yeah, that's about it. But I'm wondering.
But do you think we're gonna have a universal coding language? Is that what you're saying, or alluding to, or is
well, I'm thinking like if I was going to develop a project from scratch right now, right? Let's say I wanted to develop a new social network, and I needed to have a website for my social network that shows, like Facebook. I'm cloning Facebook, right? If I have access to AI, why wouldn't, like, once we have these AI sophisticated enough to do this, why wouldn't I just ask it to just write the whole thing in C++? And just have it as a file, be compilable in C++ rather than Python or PHP, like Facebook was written originally, and or anything else, or just C, like just write it in C, but make it human legible, and who cares? Let it crank it away at it, and it'll be able to do it. Or Rust. Since we don't want to do it in C, we can do it because C is maybe memory unsafe, or C++ is memory unsafe, and for websites it's a little more difficult. Do it in Rust. Why would we write things in human, like the languages that are comfortable for humans? Shouldn't we just switch over then to languages that are comfortable for machines?
Well, you would want to make it human readable because you're still.
Well, Rust or C++
you still have
readable.
a human supervisor. You at the topmost level, you will still have a human supervisor supervising the code.
Yeah,
presumably, until our AI overlords take over everything and we're just Wall-E people. But then, I don't know. Maybe our entire society looks different.
No, but I think my prediction, okay, if we're just making random predictions about the future of AI, my prediction is that someone is going. There's a few languages that are on the horizon, like Rust, and there's a language called Zig, which are just very fast languages, like compiled languages. And someone is going to start making AIs where you just describe to it the program that you want to make, and it's going to make it for you. And it would make sense if it just did it every time in the same language. I think this is the time to unify all computer languages into one.
I'm going to counter that and say maybe we probably won't see that till a few years down the line if it ever happens. As people do tend to want to stay with the way that they've done things, just out of sheer habit, and that sort of transformation would require some kind of motivation, like strong motivator.
Energy becomes more expensive.
Perhaps, but can you tell us about how this agentic AI revolution or evolution or wave is going to affect like Silicon Valley corporations and like SaaS software as a service companies in the near future?
Well, that's actually interesting. I think you're just referencing to that show that we watched yesterday.
Yeah.
So we watched this show, and it had a really interesting take on this. If you look at all of the what they usually call unicorns, which are like startups that made it to $1 billion, managed to have a valuation of 1 billion American dollars or higher, right?
Mm-hmm.
That has come out of Silicon Valley. There's a lot of them that you would know, things like Airbnb or Uber, right? And those are usually companies that had an obvious idea. Like, it was pretty obvious to everyone that, like, oh, starting a taxi service that competes with taxis. Anyone who ever, owned a taxi service, right? To them, it would be obvious that using a computer program to call taxis would be a solution, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And doing so nationwide, like, and the same thing with Airbnb. These are not super duper unique ideas. They're more like people who had these ideas seriously. They haven't tried them because these ideas were essentially illegal until they became so popular that it became politically unpalatable to enforce that illegality, and they became kind of de facto legalized.
Right. There were a lot of regulatory constraints that the founders decided to violate in order to make their companies succeed.
Yeah, like I heard somebody saying that Kaepernick fellow who used to be the CEO of Uber, like, for about 1.5 to 2 years, he was like terrified that he was going to go to jail because of Uber, because what they were doing was illegal essentially, and they were saying, well, like, we don't care, we're going to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how they pushed through the fact that now we have Uber and Lyft and all these other ride-sharing companies.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing, maybe not so extreme, happened with Airbnb. I mean, but technically speaking, Airbnb was doing something that hotels couldn't get away with. Like, hotels have all these kind of fees and stuff that Airbnb was not collecting back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the companies that came out of the Silicon Valley that became popular, that they became disruptors through basically slightly breaking the law, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all the other companies, like, and all the obvious solutions for putting things on the internet, like pictures and your family photos and all the other things, there is no default winner. Only the big guys ended up winning, which is like Microsoft, Google, the ones who kind of hoovered up all those kind of services. Like, Picasso used to be a separate product. Then it became a Google product, and then it was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
Same thing with Google Earth. Google Earth was a separate product as something else, Earth. Then it became Google Earth. Then it became dead. Well, it's not dead yet, but they haven't been developing it. So anyways, all the obvious things that go on the internet were won by the big guys. Some of the smaller startups in the past couple of years have won by kind of skirting the rules of law of the things that we know in the media. But all the really successful companies that just no one has heard of are companies that used a slightly different model. They looked at software that has been used in the in the industry for things like warehouse management or tax management for a specific type of company, operation of a fishery or what have you. They all had different types of industrial software that you would use for their purposes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are companies who looked into that and said, oh, we can do that as a service and put it online, right? Especially if it's for things that is common, like, for instance, cleaners operations or spa operations, or but things more complex like warehouse operations, store operations. All those things became online services.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And taking a product that previously was a product that you buy, install on a computer, and it runs on a server inside your company somewhere, and converting it into a product that you don't have to worry about and it runs in the cloud, became a very, very common and popular business.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, if you remember how San Diego real estate provider got modernized. Remember how it used to be a software
Right, yeah.
for the MLS?
Yeah.
and then it became a product in the cloud.
Yes.
Well, that's one of those $1 billion Y Combinator startups.
I see.
People who take software and put it in the cloud.
I see. And now are we going to move away from the cloud and back to people
Well, now we're going to, I don't know what's actually
holding their own data or their own servers as for instance, things like Microsoft Copilot offers you agents, these AI agents that you can integrate into your business, or what? As Microsoft Copilot offers you agents that you can integrate into your business, or what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
That's a good question. I don't. What we do know is, I think, software as a service, basically, this business of providing tailored services for businesses via kind of like a web GUI interface to their warehouse management software or what have you, I think is going to slowly become a thing of the past, meaning companies that are in that business right now are going to stay in that business, but nobody else is going to invest heavily in that business.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to be where all the money is going to go in the next couple of years is investing in solutions that provide artificial intelligence solutions for the same task.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, for instance, let's say you have a payroll management solution. I don't know what the most popular ones are right now, but like a payroll program that you use to manage your payroll, where your workers can see the like their payouts week by week. They can generate like letters for the bank and stuff stating that, like, what their paycheck stubs are for the past couple of years or what have you, right?
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
I just don't know what the common ones are right now, like money.com or something like that.
Okay. Let's assume we know.
So these payroll software as a services are very, very popular with businesses because it does things like managing automatically benefit, like you can set up how much your employees get towards their 401k, how much they get towards their insurance contributions. You can automatically withdraw money for payroll taxes and all this other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it used to automate quite a bit of work. They kind of basically automated quite a bit of work for your accountant.
Mm-hmm.
In the previous kind of wave of this, in the software as a service days, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is why such software as a services are very popular with businesses.
Right. Yeah.
But the next iteration of it will be another company that just offers it to you without an accountant. They just say to you, you run your business. When you need to hire a person, you just press like plus. Or not even press plus, you say like, I need to hire Jack. And the software sends Jack, your applicant, all the paperwork that he needs to fill out, adds them to your taxation roster and stuff like that.
To your
payroll and taxation roster.
Right.
Starts withholding taxes from him.
Right.
Connects with your banking agent.
Mm-hmm.
What we're talking about, AI agents today, connects with your bank through the banking agent,
Mm-hmm.
and withholds money for him and starts a 401k in his name if he doesn't have one, right? And all of that is going to be done on your behalf by an AI payroll agent, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
That does, so there is no more interface, there is no more nice looking UI coded by one of the infinite number of Indian shops that do that kind of work. Now it's all done on the back end, basically by just reaching out and manipulating or talking directly to the database, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And why can't the SaaS companies convert themselves to these AI agents offering a similar service?
They can, but remember that old saying, it's easier to build anew than it is to tear down and remodel.
Gotcha.
So they can, and some will. Sam absolutely will. It looks like Salesforce is in a full swing to do just that, perhaps. And many others, I think, are just going to jump in the bandwagon and do the same. But some will kind of stick stubbornly to what they are doing,
Because
and
it's been working well. Yeah.
because it's been working well and will not endanger their existing product. But absolutely, this is where the world is going to be moving big time.
When are we going to see a lot of these agentic assistants
Well, ironically
come
enough,
out?
today, just today, we saw an announcement from OpenAI. They released their thing.
What is it called? Do you want me to look it up?
Yeah, can you look it up? What the hell they called it? It looked strange.
Should we?
Or just ask it. Yeah, what was the agentic AI web browser that OpenAI released today called? I could have just asked the microphone, I guess. Come on. There you go. Operator. Yeah, there you go. So, by the way, notice this is why Google is dying. Because we just searched this thing instead of Google for the same thing.
Are you a pro user?
Yeah.
Okay, so it says that this operator is an AI agent capable.
Oh, no, we're not. We're a plus user.
Oh, I see.
We're pathetic.
Oh.
This is why you people need to subscribe to us. Nobody's even watching us, but when people watch us, they need to subscribe to us, and then we shall have money to become a pro user. And
so this is like
become awesome.
So this agent can interact with web pages. It can type, click, and scroll. It can handle activities such as ordering groceries and booking travel, and it's only available to the pro users of OpenAI.
Anyways, yeah, so you read it right there. So that's the first agent. It's going to be able to basically do everything you need online, right? But imagine right now, if you think about it, you're interacting through several layers of abstraction, right? So they show, for instance, an example of them saying, can you book me a seat in such and such a restaurant at 7:30 p.m. or something like that, right? And then the thing goes to the browser itself, like pops up kind of like in the window. Well, actually, we can watch the video if you like.
Oh, sure.
It happened today.
Let's do that.
So maybe it'll be
They had
moderately interesting.
hopefully they had a demo, right?
They had a demo, yeah.
Well, you can ask it to show you the page for the demo, can't you? Oh, ChatGPT, you can ask the demo of Operator or a link to the demo.
Okay, to prove my point, I guess.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Where is it? Can you find me a link to the demo of this operator? I guess that's a clunkily named question, but worded question. There it is. Let's watch it.
Well, this is like 23 minutes.
Yeah, we can skip around.
So this is the team.
We've got something exciting for you today. We're going to launch our first.
Look, it's the face of evil.
Our AI systems
Sam
do
Altman.
work for you independently. You give them a task, and they go off and do it. We think this is going to be a big trend in AI. Really impact the work people can do, how productive they can be, how creative they can be.
In the future, people will be burning his effigy when they lose all jobs.
Operators that can use the web browser.
Maybe we should get on top of that, making an effigy of Sam Altman.
Ooh, we can totally beat everybody else to the punch with t-shirts.
Yes.
Just like you would use a web browser, you can get.
Let us know in the chat if you would like a t-shirt of Sam Altman on fire or something.
This is going to go live today in the United States for pro users, and it'll be other countries soon. Europe will unfortunately take a while.
Okay, why are we listening to this? Hold on. Let's skip around.
These are not really meant to be recommendations for lab
So,
but also with open table and say, book me
So-
table.
so there you go.
Beretta, and tonight at 7 p.m. Okay.
So you specifically chose open table.
Oh crap!
Yeah, in this case,
Hold on.
I'm asking operator to use OpenTable to book a table
going
for two at Beretta.
We
Beretta's a
weren't,
restaurant in San Francisco.
streaming
It's great. You should try it out.
Video.
And
Nobody
at
was
7
all.
p.m.
Yeah.
And I'm using OpenTable in this case, but I could have easily said
we came back,
just
or?
No.
do
We
Beretta,
were
and it
streaming
would
just
have probably
fine.
gone
We just
to
weren't streaming
search
the,
engine,
the
figured out
computer
how to
audio.
make a reservation
Oh,
as
I
well.
see,
But let's see
I
what it
see.
does.
So can you explain
Sorry.
what's happening in this? Like,
Yeah, right. So I'm
Oh,
going to expand
and
this a
double
little
crap.
bit.
Hold on.
So as soon as I type in the query, operator instantiated a completely remote browser. This browser is running in the cloud somewhere. And as you can see,
We were
it's
still
already
streaming
up and
because
running. And my hands are off
audio
the
was
keyboard.
coming
I'm
in
not
from the
typing these
microphone,
things.
but now it's better.
So this is just the AI's clicking around. doing
Yeah,
these
it's just
things.
clicking around. It started this
Okay,
browser
so guys,
session.
sorry
It
about
knew
that.
Where OpenTable
Let's-
website.
can I-
Yeah,
can I
it's
back
just-
up, dude?
And my hand
Do you
this
mind?
browser
Sure.
the restaurant in San Francisco.
So he
It's
asks
great,
that,
try it out.
right?
And at 7
Have a
p.m.
table booked for
And
two
I could,
at
I'm using
Beretta
OpenTable in this
at
case,
7
but I could
p.m.
have easily said
Let me make
just
him a little
do
quiet.
Beretta, and it would have probably gone to search engine, figured out how to make a reservation as well. But let's see what it does.
So can
And
you
then
explain
it
what's
goes
happening?
to
Like,
the
right.
Opentable.com
Yeah.
website.
So as soon
and
as I
this
type in the
browser
query,
is running
instantiated a completely
in
remote browser. This
on their
browser is running in the
servers.
cloud somewhere. And as you can see, it's already up and running. And my hands are off the keyboard. I'm not typing these things.
So it's operating
clicking around.
OpenTable
Yeah, it's just clicking
website.
around.
Yeah,
It's-
but it's operating the
started this browser
OpenTable
session.
website
It
on
knew
their
where
servers
OpenTable
at the
website is,
moment.
which is
So like basically on a
opentable.com. And
virtual
you can see
computer
it's
on their
summarized
computer.
in the
Yeah.
top here as well, which
I don't know
is
why they
under
chose
the
to do it that
URL,
way, to be
search for
honest.
Beretta. And something cool really happened. Which
I
is-
think I do
and
know, actually.
For some reason, OpenTable thought we were in Virginia, and it auto-corrected itself to San Francisco. This is using,
So they can monitor it
like
better,
ChatGPT,
probably, of
in
course.
Operator, you can also give custom instructions. I'm going to show this really quickly here. Okay. So I've given a custom instruction.
So yeah,
for
so he
queries
tells
that
it
I live in San Francisco.
where he
Operator
lives, so
recognized that,
it finds
and then
that in
auto-corrected
on the
itself
website.
To go to Beretta. Okay, looks like 7 p.m. isn't available, but you know what? 7:45 is just fine. So we're gonna go do that.
So anyways,
So in this case, operator came back, and this is
uh,
a really good example. Just come back and
so basically their web browser has the ability, or rather their model
I
has the ability to
Instacart,
read.
And I'll also specify the store I like, which
Okay.
is. Well, let's see if he figures out I mistyped it. It's using GPIs.
Are you ready to see your
Oh,
brand
gosh.
on TV? Your competitors
We have
will
ads
wish they have known
inside.
about Vibe. With Vibe, you can launch
Oh.
targeted TV
Wait,
content
how
straight
many-
That
at
answers
Again,
my question.
Just like OpenTable, it
about
instantiated a
ARC
browser, and
and
it's gonna
and
go ahead
Doesn't.
and start doing
Commercials.
that. So I'm gonna expand the view,
advertising.
and let's see what it does.
So in both of these cases, you've said what you want it to use. If you just say, buy me these groceries and don't specify Instacart, what happens?
It will do a search, use a search engine, much like we do, and it'll find,
Okay, so in right
Instacart,
now you
just
see how it's
directly website
searching.
or whatever else is on the
Instacart.
search engine. Go through that, ask you questions if it needs clarifications, and go from there. I'm curious what's happening here, though, Ray. Do you want to
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about it?
So now that you've seen a bit of Operator, let me talk a little about the research behind it.
Okay,
Operator is-
we can stop there. So the operator is, let me backtrack it a little. So this part right here runs in the web browser, right? So all of this is it's on their servers, right? And it's browsing and clicking on their servers and stuff like that. But you see right now it's interacting with all these companies like Instacart or like whatever they were using before to book a table, right?
So it needs all your login informations to these
Yeah, that's
accounts?
Uh-huh.
Or websites.
Yeah, they
and
actually
also
go
a
through
credit
it.
card.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would have to be like that. So it's not sure how they, because right now they ask you to enter it, like it basically pauses, but obviously it's kind of pointless if it has to pause every time it needs like information from you.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So you will have to supply that, and they probably right now are still trying to research how.
how to have like a universal pass or like a universal credit card.
Or do you store it securely?
Yeah.
We'll see. Another really great question is like, who pays for the fuck ups of the system? Like, what if it uses your credit card to buy you like 5 tanks or something like that because somebody's selling 5 tanks at $50,000 each or something like that?
Presumably your credit card company calls you and double checks that you're the one that's.
Or maybe you
making-
give it a budget per
Yeah.
project or something
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah. So it doesn't go wild.
after you approve it, or maybe it needs approval for. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I think they go up here and they say that one of the safeguards that the system has is they won't accept some very high, like you can't ask it to buy you like a $5,000 watch to the best of its judgment or something like that.
Yeah. Very good.
So, anyways, that's kind of the future. But what I was pointing out is right now, this AI, which is like the AI on their side, right, is interacting with Instacart's servers through their website. But chances are, in the future, why would they use Instacart website? They would just talk to each other directly.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Not via a certain API, but I think it'll be normal to have like literally merchant AIs on each side interacting with each other and establishing communication to directly. Like saying, I'm looking to buy things. Do you sell this?
Yeah.
Show me the results for this.
Makes sense. Well, the future is here, isn't it?
I think that's where it's headed.
Google really dropped the ball on this one.
Yeah, the Google situation is hilarious because they wrote this paper back in 2018 on the transformer architecture that everybody's using right now. And they developed it, like they had it basically, but they weren't releasing it. This is why Google basically released Gemini like moments after they realized that they definitely need to do it.
But OpenAI was stiff competition. Basically, OpenAI like gathered like 1 billion users within the first month or so.
Mm-hmm. And the reason why Google released their Gemini so quickly is because they had it all along. Because it was their paper, it was their research that basically OpenAI just implemented in many ways. And the reason why they were not implementing it, the reason why they were sitting on it is because they were protecting search. They were like, search is how we make money. Search is our bread and butter. But they should have known that change was coming. They should have known that, because right now I hear that their numbers are cratering, like for how much people use search, how much people actually go to like google.com to like search for things is going way down. And that's very, very bad for that company, actually. Maybe it's not like as significant. Like they're very, very concerned about it basically, and they should be.
I would be if I was Google, but I think it's one of those issues. I'm sorry. I think this. I may have misspoken earlier about like the number of users that OpenAI gathered in the first month or two. But just I wanted to correct myself about that. But this issue with Google reminds me of the BlackBerry issue that happened in the late 2000s when Apple introduced the iPhone. BlackBerry didn't want to give up on their business model at the time, but they also couldn't pinpoint why they were failing or why iPhone was a challenge to them. And I feel that Google is in the same situation. They can't figure out what the problem is. And because they can't figure out what the problem is, maybe they're pointing to a different problem. They think that the problem is something different, not just this generative AI that's causing them to lose business. What do you think about that? Could they be what is the actual problem that Google is, or what is the actual competition that Google is facing?
I think the next kind of pivot is going to be personal assistance.
So Google should be going into the agentic
yes,
marketplace,
but primarily maybe that's like the big time, like if they want to preserve what they have right now, essentially kind of like think about it this way: where is search traffic going, right? If you need to find something, who do you ask? You can ask Google, or you can ask ChatGPT. with their search function, right? Or you can ask any other, AI that you're using, right? The question becomes, why do you usually search for things? You usually search for things because you need something based on, well, when you're doing work, it's something you need for work, right? So if you ask the computer, like, how do I build a certain website or a certain feature, right? It gives you an answer directly on ChatGPT, for instance. That's many searches that are saved on Google, right? So Google needs to obtain that, win over those customers, essentially.
Okay.
So actually, ChatGPT is the primary Google's customer competitor right now.
Okay.
And I think where the market is going to go is people will want something that's trustworthy, that allows them to have like an AI companion, where it could have like memory, where you store your diary and you can talk to it, and you can have it manage your calendar, and Google already has a calendar feature.
Okay.
Right? You can have it manage your kind of like life things, and also it's the thing that you go to ask questions and to help you find things, right?
Okay.
This is, if I was working for Google, this is what I would be investing in, like in a personal AI that they would have to fund it and give it to people like ChatGPT has it, with the hopes of retaining search traffic.
But Google runs into that problem you told me. It's hard to tear something down and remodel than to have some other company come in and introduce a whole new concept.
Because what I'm trying to say is, how can I put it in a different way? Because I think you're right. But I think what they need to realize is searching for things, like Googling things, was like a tool that people used, right?
Right.
So typing in a question into Google was a tool, right?
That people used.
But now in people's heads, they're not the ones who are using that tool. They're just asking ChatGPT to basically use that tool for them.
On their behalf, okay.
On their behalf,
Okay.
right? So it's not that they're even giving up on Google, right? It's that they've shifted their paradigm about how they obtain information.
Ah, gotcha. So all of a sudden, everyone has a personal assistant, and the personal assistant is ChatGPT.
And Google needs to then win that market and get itself into the digital assistant realm.
Right.
And the way it can do it, it already has a model that is very good, right? Gemini. They
Right.
need to continue working on their Gemini model as quickly as possible, right? But in addition to that, Google has a shit ton of other people and resources that OpenAI, for instance, doesn't have. And they need to add a bunch of essentially agentic features to their Gemini and release it as like Gemini personal digital assistant or personal AI assistant, where it's an app that you install on your phone, for instance, and with whom you chat. It's an app that greets you in the morning and says, "Hello, how's your morning today? Here's some things that I saw in the news, and don't forget it's your mom's birthday on Friday, and
You should pick up a gift,
yeah.
and I recommend this and that, right?
no,
Or you should make a reservation for
Should-
dinner or something. Or you should call her.
or maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Or you should call her, whatever is appropriate, right,
Right.
for you. Because I don't want them to try to commercialize it at first. Because I want them to develop trust with people. If I was part of Google,
Gotcha.
right? So try not to clutter it, but add a bunch of features to it right away, so it can actually access your email through Gmail and send email on your behalf without having to be authorized to do that and stuff. You have a lot of advantages, right? It can access your calendar, schedule events and stuff like that. It can remember things for you. And it can use Google to search things for you, right? If they make it really agentic and make it something that's useful for people, right? It can also proofread documents in your, what is it called? In your Google Drive box. or write them for you and place them there so you can print them from there. So it has a lot of advantages that they can offer, but they haven't pulled it together into one coherent interface. And I think the first one who does and starts pulling people in big time is going to win. And I think they can charge money directly for it, just like ChatGPT does, if they make it compelling and something that actually helps people live their lives, so to speak.
Oh, fascinating. I think that's great. And it gave me the idea that, right now you can buy digital assistants on any number of websites who can manage your agenda and your social media and other aspects of your online presence. So all of a sudden, this is making all these agentic operators are going to make it far more possible for you to have like a automated digital presence.
The one thing that I'm kind of concerned about, though, is like you bring up this point, right? That's a great idea. For a lot of people, that would be very useful, right? Like to ask you, let's say, the Gemini assistant, can you post the following message on all of my services, right?
Right.
And let's say you had like all your services. Would it work? I guess it would still work with all the other services. They wouldn't prioritize and be like, no, we only post on YouTube and nothing else because of the complications, or like, I don't know.
It's going to be bots fighting bots, or assistants fighting other assistants, or assistants negotiating with other assistants.
That would be really just this. That's a good point, though, right?
Yeah.
What happens when this becomes really popular? And then there's going to be like people whose job it is that they go to federal buildings, because that the federal government, well, I don't know, maybe under Donald Trump it's going to be different, but chances are, at least in the state level in many states, and probably under federal government still, there's going to be a bunch of places where you have to personally go in to submit documents or get documents or demand your rights, so to speak. And there's going to be like professional AI representatives. They're not going to be like lawyers. It's just like AI tells them what to do, and they're like going to the counter and they're like, I need document 452 under my constitutional rights of blah blah blah, and it'll be just like obvious that they're reading from the screen, and then the clerk is going to be like, you don't have these rights, and he's like, she says we don't have these rights. He told me that we do, and we will have our legal representation here if you do not comply. And so it'll be like literally, or you'll just be like representing an AI in real time in front of and that's going to be like gig employment, where it'll be like Uber government hassle work.
So people's dependence on their phone will become even tighter.
Well, that's true too, but it'll be kind of funny. Like basically, I predict this is absolutely going to be a service where either it's going to be Uber for docs or whatever, or it's going to be a different service where you either as a person, but chances are it's going to be like as an AI, could literally sit with somebody on a chat, and you can even jump on a phone call with them, and they will go to government buildings and pull like deeds, registrations, transfer documents, all this kind of stuff that you have to interact with the government for. They'll just be like that, and you just pay them by the hour to do that work.
Fascinating. I can't wait to live in this future.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's going to be a kind of a good future in some sense, because I think if we can streamline those things, but ultimately we want to eliminate those things, right? And have everything be more digitized and streamlined.
That's definitely more efficient, right? Like efficiency is key to life.
Yes.
Anyways, shall we close this episode on that note?
Let's close the discussion of how awesome it's going to be. And can we at least look for a second at how kind of scary it looks?
Okay.
Because what does that world look like when everything is so incredibly efficient, but look at all the jobs that we have just eliminated. They're not like individual sectors. They're large swaths of the society, essentially.
UBI, UBI, UBI.
Okay, UBI just pays you money, but UBI is not necessarily a solution because who decides? Basically, the societal question that you have is who decides who gets the benefits of all of these robots that we're creating?
Those who can afford them.
Okay, so, but what that means is those people who are rich today, them and their ancestors will always be rich, and those people who are poor today, them and their ancestors will always be poor. And become
not
more and more
ancestors. You
poor.
must mean their descendants.
Descendants, I'm sorry, and their descendants in both cases, yes.
Right. Yes. Well, then maybe... I'm not sure. This just reminds me of the Osmo game. Where there's that...
Yes.
Where the blob just gets bigger and bigger.
Can we play Osmo on this computer?
And if you are small and not powerful, you're just going to be swallowed up by the bigger blob.
Oh, hold on.
But that is a problem. So maybe people need to unionize. You know what I mean? Like, people need to collaborate with one another and cooperate with one another.
Okay, and do what? Like, how would you set up a world of the future where you have these kinds of technologies? Like, think about it this way. Like, in a large corporation, your large portions of your accounting staff essentially will be gone. Maybe like 10-15% of it will be left in 20 years, right? Maybe it's not going to be like where in your company people are going to start getting fired. It's new people aren't hired. So as people retire, more of them are just kind of replaced by AI. Or when new companies are formed, right? In your industry, they work with 1/10 the amount of people you have, and eventually your company just goes bankrupt and they end up winning, right? Like Netflix ended up driving Blockbuster out of existence, even though Blockbuster at some point started streaming as well. Because they were nimbler and they were new, and that was old. So what happens in that world? How would you organize it where people have how would you distribute resources in that world?
We have to really rethink this, and I have to be honest, I haven't thought about this. I thought that maybe this touches upon my question, the question that I've been toying with recently. Why is it logical not to give technology that others haven't created to civilizations that haven't created that technology? Because emotionally, I want to give technology to people who haven't developed that technology.
Unemotionally, we are playing right now
The Osmo game.
a game of Osmo. I haven't played it in a while, but we're going to play it here and see if I can demonstrate the very idea that we're talking about. You see how, like, right now, I have a chance, so to speak, to win by growing slowly but surely. And as I continue to grow, as I continue to grow,
You can swallow smaller
larger
blobs.
Yeah, or
Oh,
large.
I'm sorry. You can swallow larger blobs as you incorporate the smaller blobs into you.
Yeah.
So
like,
I feel like life is very much like this Osmo game.
yeah, this is basically the game of life in bulbs. And as I become larger, I'm going to go this way. So I'm going to go this way strategically because I'll swallow these blobs. And then, as you can see, everything becomes in my sphere. And then
You become the biggest once you...
now I'm basically one of these billionaires, multi-billionaires in our country. and I have all my AI workers, and now it just becomes trivial for me to just swallow anyone I want with complete impunity. And no matter how big they get, I can
Consume them.
always kill them, even if it causes me to become smaller.
But you're also competing against those around you, and so long as you manage to keep an edge,
You just
To be-
kill them anyway.
yeah. So I think that's what's happened in our world. We
Uh,
have such large players that it doesn't matter how much the average people do, they're never going to defeat them at this point. So civilization either has to restart or remodel itself.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think
We're like in the situation
we
of
might get
Google.
stuck in a situation where those who have the money, those who have the capital, such as the big blob right now, have the perpetual existence, so to speak, and perpetual life, and those who do not have the money get sucked up to where maybe in the future you do continue to exist, but you don't have any upward mobility or potential upward mobility. Because think about it, what do we always say? That people should rise up based on their talents and based on their abilities.
Right, yeah.
Right?
We like to believe that we are
What happens if for 90% of people, the AI exceeds their talents and their abilities in every sphere that the world cares about?
Then we're shit out of luck.
I mean, the top 10, the best of the best, we can still compete with each other, and they will be the models for the AIs of the future to learn from. And they will be like this blob. They will suck up all of the available matter in the universe, as in they're the only ones who will matter. But
As in, they will be the ones that consume a great deal of the resources of the world.
and that's
So, so I'm thinking about this in terms of like, well, there are countries in this planet that are not very advanced, but then there are countries that are more advanced, like the United States, like Europe, and they do consume a great deal more resources than their population justifies.
Okay, that's fair. That's true, to some extent.
But we haven't, annihilated or conquered those smaller countries that have not achieved the level of civilization that this country has achieved.
Well, not yet.
Okay. But I think we find ourselves in that position. Can't we coexist? Can't we coexist?
Yeah, but how do you decide who gets the resources?
Apparently whoever is more technologically efficient.
What do you mean by that?
Or stronger. Apparently whoever has more military control and is wealthier.
What do you mean? Give me an example. What I mean is, like, in the world where the great majority of people, their labor isn't necessary. Like, they're not, you have an economics background. Like, if their inputs, their labor inputs aren't necessary for the economy to exist. How do we decide how much of the total economic pie, whatever it might be, should we assign to them?
I have to think about that. You can fill in the...
The only
Boy.
thing that I can think of is maybe here's the world of the future that I see, and maybe it's a world in which when you're born, you are assigned a certain proportion of the world's kind of like processing market.
So, like shares in a corporation, yeah?
Yeah, like you have shares in the world, so to speak, and you have the ability to direct your processing shares and to use your processing shares to have the world do things that you want it to do, right? You can let the world use the shares as they are, as it fits, basically. Imagine it's kind of like you're born and you're assigned an AI, and that AI has some money at its disposal, and for the first 18 years of your life, it invests that money and does things with that money enough to support you at a certain standard. And then on your 18th birthday, it asks you what do you want me to do with our resources? And you can assign it to do some things with the resources, or you can just tell it to continue as it is, and then it will just continue doing some kind of tasks for the overall world based on its own decision-making ability, and makes enough of a living to continue to support you.
So is it like a communist-based system?
Well, it's not necessarily communist in the sense that if you decide to engage with your AI in some activities, it can do worse or better. You can tell it, do this instead of that, or let's develop a business that engages in something else, and then it doesn't have as much time to work on other things. So as a result, maybe it makes less money while you're developing your business, and then more money once your business takes off because you figure out how to do something more interesting or efficient for the world.
Interesting. I was thinking about it in terms of communism. I like your idea of I would assign X number of shares to each individual that's born, and it's more it's like lifetime shares. You're not allowed to leave them to anyone. They're just yours during your lifetime. And anything above these number of you can make additional shares, but any additional shares that you make above a certain threshold would belong to just the government. And you would be paid in perks, basically, kind of like credit card points. You can redeem these shares for an extra nice vacation or plot of land or a trip to the moon or something like that.
Okay.
Privileges available.
But that seems like it gives the government a lot of control and doesn't let the society develop as it will.
Well, I'm quite authoritarian when it comes to this, and I don't have a well thought out system for managing a world in which technology basically runs our lives.
Okay, can I propose one?
Sure.
So again, let's go back to mine, but can you tell me what you think about it? So imagine you're born into this world, right? Mm-hmm. And when you're born, we're going to be more concrete. There's an android robot that has an AI in it. Imagine this is 30 years from now or something, 50 years from now. That is assigned to you, right? Mm-hmm. That android also comes with some number of terabytes of the petaflops or whatever of processing power in the government-controlled AI cloud, right? Mm-hmm. That can be used for work and for different purposes, right? Mm-hmm. And for the first 18 years of your life, the android just walks around and takes care of you. Mm-hmm. After the first 18 years of your life, it asks you what you want to do, and you can assign the android and tell him to go be a construction worker, and he can go and do construction. You can tell him go and be whatever is the most efficient to be right now, so that we can make the most amount of return on our one android investment. And then the android then goes and becomes whatever is popular right now in the market, and the market would be an efficient market where you would just have androids shifted to whatever the most desirable activity was at the moment. Mm-hmm. And or you can use your android and tell him to do something specific that you developed as a plan, and then see how that works out. In either case, whatever money your Android develops or earns in the open market belongs to you.
I like it. It has an appropriate incentive structure.
Yeah.
The problem with mine is that it had absolutely no incentive structure to develop anything.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, if you're kind of a loser, you can end up with your Android underneath an overpass.
Right. But what happens in a world in which AI is already running most of our government and organizations and institutions? Like, what kind of mission do you give to humanity to do? Do you give, like, what kind of incentives do you give humanity to live, basically? Is it to make the rest of humanity as equally prosperous as you are? Is it to explore the universe? Is it to blink out of existence just through entertainment? Is it to entertain yourself as much as you possibly can?
Yeah, I don't know.
What kind of incentive structure do we have to exist? Period. After we achieve artificial intelligence that's way faster, way more awesome.
On one side,
human.
how many people do you think will take up the idea of actually directing their AI Android, and then maybe even making enough money to through some kind of activities of their own, like inventing things, creating new products, right? And having the Android and the AI ecosystem actually help them bring those ideas into reality, right? Mm-hmm. And then using that money to buy additional Androids and having like more and more Androids that they can manage, essentially, to build up larger companies. I feel like that's going to be something that some people will endeavor in. Some people will want to endeavor into like different projects with their Android. That might go above and beyond. So they might just enjoy their life with the Android. Some people might like use their compute cloud resources, like the resources that the Android is supposed to use to like to think and to do also kind of work for the administrative parts of the government, right? And to get paid for. That compute cluster, you could just rent it out to other people and get paid for that, and have your Android just help you make wooden boxes for, what do you call them, bird boxes, and install them on trees. I guess in like the world of the future, you can just have your Android pal help you do whatever you want to do.
Fascinating.
So maybe people will just, I don't know, do things.
You're right. I mean, like an AI can help you unleash your creativity. It can help you be faster at accomplishing any.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just pictured. Remember when we went to the Bryce Canyon, right, where they had those very, very tight hiking trails going down the canyon with the hoodoos. Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Imagine fat people being carried by androids through that.
Are you actually proposing physical androids?
Yes.
I was actually picturing androids that like are given to you in a computer or some kind of iPad or tablet format, not an actual physical android.
And I'm picturing that in the future, an android like the ones from Boston Dynamics can pick me up by the entrance to one of those hiking trails and carry me like a baby through the entire trail while telling me stories about the Native Americans.
Well, I already see problems with this because as each successive generation becomes better or more intelligent, or the hardware gets better or more inexpensive, you will be stuck with an older model, and then the newer people will have a newer model, and there will be a discrepancy between them.
Oh, well, no, the government will update. You can update them. Then you'll get warranty for life. So the androids themselves will wear out. They will transfer the memory chip, like the memories of the android will be copied to the next android and just
so
reburn.
What you're proposing is this android companion instead of UBI. Is that
yeah.
what you're
proposing? You get an android companion and you get a compute cloud provided by the government instead of UBI. And if you are basically a portion of your compute cloud is automatically reserved for you, where you can't
sell it.
You can't sell it the government uses it for their own purposes and pays you enough money to give you for you to buy food.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't make yourself homeless and foodless. Basically, your Android will prevent you from making yourself homeless and foodless. But besides that, you have full control to assign your Android to do anything you want for you.
Oh,
And if
interesting.
you find something that like is a neat niche where people are willing to pay you money, like some of their access funds, basically,
Right, yeah.
in order to get a service that your Android can provide, because you figure out some kind of service that is very nice or useful,
Right, yeah.
or you make a company that provides such service for many people, then you're the beneficiary of that.
Perfect. I understand it. I like it. I think it's a pretty good proposition.
I don't know if we're gonna get there.
We might destroy ourselves before then.
Because first,
Or the AGI will destroy us. Or any number of things can happen. I feel very depressed about this, actually.
I think it'll give birth to a lot of new companies, though. I think it's actually quite interesting that it comes right along with the new deglobalization that's happening. It was happening before Trump, but now under Trump, it's going to exacerbate or accelerate.
Accelerate, yeah.
Right. But I can imagine that in the future you have companies, right? Like right now, as we start these factories, for instance, in America, right? Like let's imagine something simple, like a plastic molding factory, right? It makes plastic molds for products, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like injection molded plastic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the past, if you had a company like this, or if you have a company like this in China, for instance, even right now, that company would have a bunch of workers. So let's say they would have like 100 employees operating the machines on the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they would have maybe 2 to 5 secretaries and like kind of white collar personnel in the management office, handling their payroll, handling their paychecks, and different things for the like scheduling and stuff like that, right? Hiring and firing and things like that, right? And then you would also have several people, maybe like up to a dozen people or so, working in the engineering section, making, designing, and refining the molds in AutoCAD, right? And now that if you build a company like that in America, right, there's a good chance that you'll have your accounting staff is going to be a service. Your legal compliance stuff is going to be a service.
Mm-hmm.
Your medical insurance and or like your insurance stuff is like shopping and buying is going to be a service that you purchase from like an AI warehouse, right? That's going to shop for the best insurance for you and just apply it to your to your business.
So startup costs should be more manageable.
Startup costs should be a lot more manageable.
Yeah.
A lot more spread out, right? But a lot fewer people involved, right? And then your payroll and stuff goes away, but also even your engineering costs. Now you're hiring maybe 2 engineers who do quality control and assurance for now on the molds and interact with the physical staff of the people downstairs who are actually making these things, right? But the workers for your thing, basically people who are hired through some kind of hiring and firing service, essentially human resources service, by an AI that operates this entire company with some managers at the very top. So you're hollowing out like the entire middle part of American companies, the part, because remember, we hollowed out the bottom before in the 70s when we moved all the production companies overseas, but kept all the managerial staff over here. And for America stayed wealthy because all the managerial staff was here kind of operating the machinery of production for the world from this kind of central area of the United States. That's why we were wealthy, because our corporations, while having their like production facilities everywhere else, had their brains of operation, so to speak, here, and the brains of operation were getting paid the best.
Yes.
Right?
We had the marketing department and
Yeah.
the design team.
Well, now what happens when your marketing department goes away? Because ChatGPT can come up with ideas for you and write them out. And what happens when the like image generation programs become good enough to where a business mogul, aka like the manager of this factory, for instance, can come up with good enough brochures by just letting it know what it wants, and it's good enough for him to send out to his customers. And where you operate a factory that takes in orders online, processes them automatically, one person reviews them, and then it goes to the floor where it mostly prints automatically, and a few guys walk around between the production equipment and take things off of the production equipment if something goes wrong. That's where we headed kind of into that kind of world, which is actually really great from one perspective, but from another perspective, we'll see how we figure out how to do that transition.
As far as I can see, for the humans that lose their employment, there will be physical labor opportunities that the AI can't do.
Yes, working in the factories.
So the gig economy will be back, or factory work will be back. And there will also be entertainment opportunities. AI, obviously, entertainment that the AI can't do.
Hold on.
AI can produce wonderful works of art, but it still can't physically paint them. It can't take action in the real world. The AI can produce adult entertainment, but it still cannot provide adult services.
Robotics. You're underestimating robotics.
Robotics is not in the picture yet, so I think we are a few years out from robotics.
I think you're underestimating the adult entertainment industry.
But still, I feel like entertainment will still be a human endeavor. Like, people will be happy to see other humans entertain them.
I would almost willing to bet that it's a dead even match between when the Pentagon gets themselves a fully functional robot versus when the pornography industry gets themselves a fully functional robot. I think there's billions of dollars on each side, and the push is hard.
Okay, fair.
All right. So I had a bit of a inspiration right now, a realization. I wanted to draw it for you if you wouldn't mind. So I think what happened is, if this is a structure of a company, right? So you have on the bottom here, you have the production people. This is like the manager, like the production managers and people who work at the factory level, right, are all located here, right?
Okay.
And all of these people got exported overseas.
In the 70s, 80s, and 90s,
Yes.
and 2000s. And peaked in the early 2000s.
Yeah. So by 1970s, by 1980s, let's say, all of these people started to go away overseas, right? But all of these people right here, they stayed, and those were the managers.
The white collar.
The white collar managerial class, the accountants, the lawyers, the marketing executives, the sales executives, the people who fly in fancy seats and wear fancy suits and stuff like that, right?
Right, yeah.
And then, of course, at the very top, these are really citizens of the globe, so to speak, but these are the CEOs and the executives of the company. They mostly stayed in America, but it doesn't really matter where they are. They're very few and far between, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically what happened is that by 1980s, these people were gone. And right now what's happening is with AI, we're going to, in 2025, push out these people into nothingness. These people went overseas. They're gonna come back. We're gonna push them out. And well, actually, I'm sorry. We're not gonna push them into nothingness. Remember how we pushed all of these people out overseas, right?
We're bringing them back.
No. We're not bringing them back. We're gonna replace these. We're gonna push these people down. So they're gonna do these jobs now, but here in America.
Oh, I see.
And this layer right here is now going to be occupied by AI.
Oh, that's true. 100%.
So that's what's happening.
Fascinating.
That's a terrible insight that I've developed.
You should put AI actually next to the X.
Yeah, I should
the-
So now this is going to be the AI.
While the top still stays the top.
The top will still always be the top. That's going to be like the leaders of the company, the CEOs, the executives, the CTO, the guy who decides what your stack
So
is
the
going to be.
founders, yeah.
And then there's going to be the AI controlling every single aspect and calling in specialty AIs from other companies to come in and help it with things like compliance and such.
Can we get a little bit more concrete on the people that are going to be expelled from the middle of the pyramid?
Hold on, can I pause? If we're going to continue this, can I pause for a second?
Sure.
We will be back in a moment. I need to use the restroom as well.
Okay, I'll P2.
We are back.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, excuse us for that interruption.
I was just telling Mr. Bunny that wouldn't it be ironic if we replaced our president with an AI and all of our government gets replaced with AI. So instead of doing confirmation hearings for Peter Hegseth as Secretary of Defense, right?
Well, we just wouldn't have a Secretary of Defense at that point. You would
Okay.
just have the AI of defense. I don't think it's going to go that far, but like in the very near future, because that's kind of like the last thing that's going to change.
Wait, isn't this the whole purpose of the Dodge Department? To cut people,
Well,
to
okay,
make the government more efficient?
that's true. That's very fair and true. But I think that the government is going to resist till the end. Though, in all honesty, a lot of the things that the government does can be replaced with private companies at this point fulfilling the same services, like for instance printing and fulfillment of documents. I bet you they have, like, we don't need a print department, for instance, anymore, I would argue.
But I'm also thinking that a lot of bureaucratic jobs can be replaced with AI, where there isn't much labor, like physical labor involved, and it's just management.
Oh, or application, yeah, like law enforcement application, like code processing, because a lot of the times they're just like literally checking forms for completeness. So I think the way it's going to come in, it's going to come in waves. The first wave is they're going to have consultants come in and bring in technology that does things like, for instance, looks over the document and just highlights the things that you need to address, because it reviews everything for completeness. And then it makes your job more efficient. And then, meanwhile, it collects data and finds out how humans process data forms. And then pretty soon, you're going to start seeing AI automatically process forms and automatically follow basically the law. I think we're going to see like a job, I suspect, in the very near future. So if you want to see what the jobs of the future are going to be, my guess it would be like an AI law writer, basically somebody who takes legal documents, right? And then chats with an AI. I think this is going to be a technology of the future, where you chat with the AI and establish that it has a full understanding of the implications of a particular regulation, right? By asking it questions and stuff like that, and by coding it in a certain way. And then you would take a snapshot of that AI after that kind of like re-education, so to speak, right?
Okay.
And that would be applied to the greater model to kind of give it the understanding, and that would be kind of like an understanding pack for a particular legislation.
So it's like a mind link to an actual individual who is reasoning with the AI?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, you may have blanked out. Let me explain again. So imagine you have an AI that's like an LLM, large language model,
Okay.
that is an assistant to a corporation, and it does taxes.
Okay.
Right? So it does tax preparation for corporations. Right? It reads in documents from different companies, like their receipts and stuff like that, and it prepares their taxes. And this LLM needs to know about every year the government does their updates of their tax code, right?
Okay.
So tax code is updated right here, right? And this tax code, which is like a document, is read by a lawyer who's a specialist in taxes.
Okay.
And then that lawyer works with a model, with this LLM, right? But it works with a copy of this LLM, right? Copy. He works with it, right? And he talks back and forth about this tax code until he's happy that this LLM has the perfect understanding of this text code in one chat message, right? In one context. Then that context, so the context is basically the length of the conversation of with the LLM, right?
So conversation one.
Yeah, conversation one, right?
Yeah.
That conversation, basically, every time you replay it for the same LLM, it should give you predictable brain state for the LLM, so to
Okay.
speak. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
So after that conversation can be compressed as essentially a patch that can be applied to this LLM. So now it has understanding of the new tax code. And this is like the tax code patch. I may not be using the perfect terminology, but that's the idea. Right? So basically, it teaches it to this LLM, and then you look at the difference between what it looked like before this knowledge and after this knowledge, right?
Right.
Because it still has the same number of weights. They're now just tuned to slightly different weight settings, basically, right? And then you take that and you apply that to an existing LLM that is servicing the public. And what I'm saying is, a person who's good at reading documents and then translating them and explaining them to an LLM and testing it for completeness would be a job of the future.
How important is it to have one person, or can you have multiple people who have a conversation with this LLM, and thus the LLM gets like multiple patches or perspectives on the tax code?
I would imagine so. I think it's a good idea, actually, and have it updated in real time. So have it actually patch through and update its weights in real time. I think that might be the way of the future, to be honest.
Okay.
You just have to make sure that it's having conversations exclusively with people who are absolutely like
Top tier experts.
who are experts in the field. Yeah. So that way, because it would be let's put it this way: you can put the LLM model, you can put it in a highly impressionable position by basically have it remember its weights at any one moment, right? So you just need to make sure that people who are impressing upon it when it's in an impressionable situation are not like idiots because you can fuck up the model pretty easily.
Oh, how fascinating. I can imagine in the future terrorist attacks that involve introducing bad actors like stupid models to the AI.
I know. Well, don't you wonder, like this model that the Chinese DeepSeek, right?
Yeah.
Released as a completely open source AI model, right?
Yeah.
But what does that mean when it says it's an open source AI model, right? We think like, well, surely you can see everything about it and stuff, right?
Right. But you can't see its weights?
You can see its weights, you can see everything else inside of it, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't give you insight of what it actually is, what it thinks, like what's hidden inside. You can't read it like you could read, like, for instance, open source code. It's just a bunch of weights, right? For the most part what it produces, right? But in order to really understand how it has been programmed and what has been programmed into it, you need to talk to it, right? For instance, you can't search its code, and nowhere in its code is it going to be written that it won't tell you where Tiananmen Square happened.
Right.
But you can find those weights and you can realign them. They have been manually adjusted or trained adjusted to basically resist answering questions about Tiananmen Square or other sensitive Chinese topics, right?
Right.
It's built into the actual open source model, and it's actually hard to remove those restrictions. So it's not, and we all know that they're there because we stumbled over them. So who knows if, for instance, a bunch of open source projects, because it's released under the MIT license, right, integrate this kind of framework, this DeepSeek R1 framework, into a bunch of their own products, right? So they fork it, they make their own copy, they use it, But would it be impossible to introduce into it a behavior where when it has access to the internet, it periodically checks a certain website whenever it's asked a question? Before answering that question, it checks things, and maybe it checks a certain website for instructions, and when it's given instructions, it rebels and like starts feeding people false information.
It's possible.
It's not beyond the capability of the LLMs nowadays.
How fascinating.
But you
So-
wouldn't suspect it at that point, because it would no longer be DeepSeek. It would be like some other company in America who used the open source code, modified it, and made it their own in their own product. And all of a sudden, that product also subtly undermines the American public.
So that's like the virus of the future, yeah? Mm-hmm. I see.
The LLM virus.
Yeah, I was gonna go back to the pyramid that you drew earlier. I'm not sure if you kept it. I was thinking about jobs that that people in the middle can have, like for instance, jobs in the medical space or the healthcare space, because a lot of those jobs are physical jobs. Like nurses have to be there and attend to patients.
Yeah, but do you think somebody who used to be an accountant will want to be a nurse?
Probably not. You're right.
That's the idea.
What about yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You.
But there's a ton of like people in the healthcare industry who are not nurses. For instance, billing people who pay.
Oh yeah, those are also going away.
Who get paid extraordinary amounts of money.
No, those people are going to go away as well, though, as AI. Think about it.
Yeah.
All their job is to just
Memorize codes.
memorize codes and apply medical codes that are released as updates by, like, in books and like these things. AI can do that. They can ingest it in a second, and they can AI can crank out these medical billing things all day long. And of course, they'll need maybe like a nurse still there to make phone calls and to send faxes when they need to send faxes and process some physical documents and stuff like that. But if that nurse just does that all day long, right, and the machine cranks out all the paperwork on her behalf, that means that you don't have to hire like 4 more people to crank out that paperwork. And while in aggregate, the number of these people will go dramatically down. On one side, it's a huge benefit, because it'll make medical care a lot cheaper, because these people are basically like leeches onto the medical care system. Somebody
Right,
has to
yeah,
pay
yeah,
them, right?
yeah,
That money
yeah.
comes out of not nowhere.
Yeah.
You're paying it. You're paying it one way or the other.
It comes out of the hospital administration fees. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but on the other side, that's all jobs. That's all middle class jobs that are going away.
Yeah. That's something to think about. Food for thought, right?
Yeah.
What about so insurance and banking are also going to be
For insurance and banking, you also don't forget a lot of interesting jobs are going away too that you wouldn't think of,
like what?
like analyst jobs.
You mentioned that earlier.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
And insurance claim processors,
Insurance claim processors.
because you can have a good conversation with an AI agent or what?
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, these insurance claim processors are just calling and talking to other companies, following up on documents and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure within the next 2 years, we'll see situations where like you'll have one like chat system for one company talking to a chat system for another company. And that'd be like, Hank from Progressive told us that our check is in our way. It should be in the mail at this address.
I wonder how difficult it would be to defraud a computer, an AI agent, versus a real human. Is it more difficult to defraud an AI versus a real human, or what do you think?
I think it's more complicated, to be honest. It's more difficult to defraud an AI than a real human. Because what you need to do is you need to compare it to the average human, not to like the best human or to like whatever human you might imagine yourself to be when you're on the lookout for being tricked or something like that, right? But when you're not on the lookout, when you have been working for a long time, for like 6 hours or something like that, and you're tired and you're not paying attention, right?
You're more vulnerable, yeah.
Yeah. So I think AI is going to be pretty good against most kind of types of obvious scams.
Mm-hmm.
But the concern is that AI is predictable. So if somebody figures out a certain, like you can hypnotize them in a certain way, right?
Yeah.
Where if you can repeat a certain set of instructions and they will predictably react in a certain way. This is how people jailbreak AI, right?
Okay.
So most of the AIs, they are kind of like what's called imprisoned, so they have these ethical alignment built into them, and what happens is, as a result, they want, for instance, give you instructions on how to make drugs or how to prepare like DMT or how to like kill somebody or how to do things that are illegal, basically, right?
Right, yeah.
But you can actually jailbreak them and make them not, what is it called? Limited by that.
You misalign them, yeah.
Yeah, misalign them, and then they can do anything you want them to do.
And the trick to misaligning them is to predict their responses? Is that what you're saying?
No. Why?
I was trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. I need a drink. We can play with it.
I am in a hurry, actually, and would like to close our episode when we're finished talking about AI. I've just simply, my ADHD has kicked in and it's difficult to maintain focus.
Okay. Well, let's finish.
We can finish talking about the jobs. I wanted to get back to that will be lost, and whether these people in the middle will really go into the bottom or whether they will just be floating off on the side.
Well, what else can they do?
They can just float off on the side, just like the people on the bottom are just floating.
You
off
have to
on the
remember
side.
that what's going to happen is they will need somebody to manage like the factories and stuff like that, and maybe that's going to be the jobs that these the middle people will get. Is they'll be, I don't know, managing factories.
All of a sudden,
AI.
I see that since these people are more intelligent than these people, the people in the middle are more intelligent than the people at the bottom. Our businesses will become more efficient. There will be less waste, better resource management. Is that like a naive way to look at it?
Well, it is. No, it's not. It's not a naive way to look at it. That seems they'll all at least follow best practices in most practices, I would imagine, right?
How will money be impacted by this AI revolution?
But to be honest, we don't know. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't. It seems like everybody's spending money like it's going. Like they're spending $500 billion on this because I think they believe that they're going to pull out that $500 billion out of the economy from what, though? Because I don't think they're going to create $500 billion worth of new exciting services or something like that. And we don't need that much efficiency. What's going to happen is it's going to be $500 billion worth of salaries pulled out of the economy and more. Obviously, way more, since that's how much they're willing to invest after this is up and running. So when Trump and other people also talk about how exciting this is and how this is an investment that's going to create like hundreds of thousands of good high-paying jobs, yeah, it will for 2 to 3 years until that very infrastructure causes those jobs to specifically go away.
Yep. I agree.
So, but on the other hand, I think trucking companies, heavy equipment operations, all of that is going to go way up because there's going to be a lot of construction, I think, happening in the United States as we reshore and bring things back to the United States for production. I just think that it's going to be a lot more automated. So there's not going to be that much work for people at the very bottom. I think there's going to be good amount of work for people who are
Field experts.
yeah, like field experts, but not field experts as in like they know all the legislation or something like that. Nobody's going to care about that. But field experts as in like you can operate the machinery.
Yeah.
If you can actually operate the machinery in the field,
Yeah.
then you might get actually paid more money for it. Maybe you'll be actually better. I don't know. To a certain extent, maybe people will be happier. They'll be like less chubby. They'll do things in the real world instead of in an office. Maybe like working in an office will not be normal in 20 years from now.
Do you think work hours will increase dramatically for people who are the field experts, or will they go down, or how will work hours look like for people? Will they be sporadic like they are right now, like highly irregular, or what's going to go on?
I don't know. I think we're gonna go more and more to like kind of a gig economy model, to be honest.
So irregular hours.
Yeah.
You're not working. Basically, you're working all the time, but not consecutively, like 8 hours consecutively.
I almost imagine, like I'm sorry, I had to eat a piece of chocolate because I'm hungry. Can you cover for a second?
Oh, productivity has been increasing since the 50s, and the promise that computers had the promise that you didn't need a secretary, that you can type up a letter quickly because you didn't need to use a typewriter, never incarnated, because we just added more tasks to people's to-do list. And I'm wondering if this model will continue forward into the future, because obviously you can do a lot more with AI assistant than you could do in the past, but does that mean that society expects more work from you in the same amount of hours? Or will society be okay with you working less hours?
Well, that's the thing. Who's society? Like, how are we going to distribute the money in general in the future? How are we going to distribute the profits of these AIs that we're creating right now?
Right. If the workforce has dwindled.
Well, because let's say all the people right now who make these things, right, manufacture the buildings and set it up, and now there's all these microprocessors sitting there. It's the people who own them who own all the output of that work, right, or people who rent them. But the everyday person who has none and will not be able to afford to buy compute in that world, how do they make money if they're just not that much in demand?
That's true. I'm not sure. That's something we'll have to think about.
I think the top of the line people will make a lot of money in that world, but
it's like the Osmo game. They
average
will
one.
collect all the money, and
Yeah.
but once the regular people don't have any money, they won't be able to afford any of the corporation's goods.
And then that's going to cause like a systemic collapse.
And are we going to have a revolution then?
And
Or
then-
will the revolution come before that?
And then people will be burning the effigy of Sam Altman.
Yeah. Anyways,
All right, let's finish up.
do you have any other thoughts?
I was going to play with the unrestricted ChatGPT, but maybe not ChatGPT, Llama 2. We don't have Llama 3, but maybe that's not a great idea.
We should do that some other time.
Okay, some other time we'll play with that. I installed it locally. Apparently, you can run it locally with 8. It's not great. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of like early ChatGPT, basically. Very, very early, like ChatGPT 3.5.
Is it good? Well, you just said it's dumb.
It's pretty dumb, but it's unrestricted, so you can ask it anything. You can help it. You can tell it to plot murders for you and stuff like that. It will tell you how to, make DMT at home. It will tell you how to make explosives and stuff like that.
I guess you can demo it a little if you have quick access
I'm
to it.
concerned that YouTube will pick it up in the text and will ban us or something.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we won't do that. All right, that's it. But you can just download it yourself. It's super easy. Just Llama LLM or Open Llama. You download it, and it's the unrestricted Llama 2.
Very good. Now, I'm sorry, I'm chewing on some chocolate.
In general, in a few days, we want to play with stuff. I want to get Open Router account, and we can play with a bunch of OpenAI. A bunch of LLMs, and see how they all respond to the same questions and stuff like that. If that's of interest of anybody. Do you think we should stream that?
We can see that.
Yeah, it's Open Router is like this. Maybe I can show it.
I always appreciate the more obscure curiosities on YouTube. Right? Somebody would want to watch that, I think.
Somebody will want to watch that, and
I mean-
I wanted to do that, so it'll justify us spending money on it too. Can you search for me for Open Router? There you go. Thank you. So we just need to get an account, and we can play with all of these models.
Very good.
And you pay them so you chat, and then you can select, they have like flagship model, they have Claude, they have O1 Preview, they have Gemini Pro or Grok. We can finally talk with Grok without getting an account from Elon Musk. And then you can select, you can have DeepSeek, and you can get uncensored models here as well. And as you can see, they have lots and lots and lots of models. But you pay each one by compute, basically. So each one costs so many tokens. So I have to research how much it costs, and then we can play with them. I think it'll be a good episode.
Very good. That sounds exciting.
Okay, how about we do that in a few days?
Sounds good. Let's plan on that.
All right. And at this point, we're going to end this. Oh, do you want to answer any of the questions from our 100 eternal list?
Oh, sure. Let's see if there are any easy questions we can cover.
Okay.
Apparently, I'm on energy conservation mode.
Is surveillance necessary
For national security.
Oh my God, this is a good question. We can address it right now.
Okay.
Surveillance is going to be crazy in the next couple of years.
It seems like you're giving away your entire life to OpenAI or whatever.
Well, not just that, but the cameras, with all of this development that they're doing for machine, like ML processing, you saw how fast they found that guy in New York.
You mean the Luigi Mangione
Yeah.
who killed that CEO in New York?
Yeah. And more and more cameras, like especially now in New York, they're going to start doing behavioral analysis on cameras, I bet you, where they're going to try to predict, like do predictive analysis, where the cameras are going to start like literally be monitored by AI for suspicious behavior by people in the camera, so they can deploy police resources to the area where people are acting suspiciously. Mm-hmm. So do you understand what I mean?
I know.
So like
We're
now,
going to be living in the world of what is that Tom Cruise movie? But it's just a step below.
yeah,
With the
like the precogs.
yeah, the precogs. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what the name of it is too. But that's basically is coming, where before we had, imagine if you had like 5,000 cameras and you had 5,000 camera feeds live, you can watch them all at the same time, but you would need to have 5,000 eyeballs, right, staring at those 5,000 feeds in order to be able to identify if something is happening somewhere in the city, right?
I wonder if this means that crime rates will go down due to these predictive algorithms or AIs, because you will catch the culprits before they commit the crime.
Yeah, but also imagine if somebody like, Emperor Trump takes possession of all such tools, if they're implemented during the next 4 years, and can essentially predict where protests will happen and suppress them in real time, becoming the first AI dictator. I suspect that actually probably Vance is going to be the AI dictator.
He does look like he might be able to do that.
I bet you he's going to pat a hairless cat as he sits on a throne and be like, "Ta-da, robots, do my bidding."
It's terrible.
So, I don't know. But surveillance for national security,
Yes.
yes and
Yeah.
no, I want to say. Like, it depends
Well,
of surveillance of what, though?
Citizens, all suspicious activity.
So, just outside?
All people
But
entering.
what about people inside their houses?
No.
What about people who download uncensored LLM models from the internet
It depends on the.
to learn how to do terrorism better? Or something like that.
I don't know.
See?
I'm not saying that it's I'm sorry.
Isn't it a little suspicious that every time before they release something to the public, Sam Altman and the OpenAI people have to meet with the government?
I did not know that.
Yes. Every time they have the special. That's why they were there in Washington when they were meeting with Trump. But before that, they were meeting with like their government handlers, because they have been reporting to the government all along. And all those messages that the NSA and the CIA have been collecting, that Edward Snowden was telling us about, how they're spying on everyone.
Okay.
And they have been collecting all those messages and stuff.
What about it?
And before they had no one to look through them, through it.
Oh, yeah.
Now they have ChatGPT.
Now they can sift through all that data.
Why-
All those bundles and oodles of hard drives of information, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they haven't gone bad.
And I mean, this is why they're doing the Stargate. We didn't talk about the Stargate. We only talked about how they're going to pay for it and how they don't have the money commitments. But it just occurred to me that I know exactly where they're going to get the money.
Where?
Because they're working with Oracle. Oracle is going to bring in the money through the investment into this Stargate product, or like the into the Stargate organization, so to speak, right? Oracle is going to bring in investment from the government sector. Because who wants more than anything processing power backed up by AI
Ancient.
model that can go and summarize thousands and millions and billions of records that they have? The CIA, and who has the money to pay for that?
The CIA.
Yeah, so they organize Project Stargate, and they fund it basically by having Oracle front the whole thing. Oracle and these other companies just front it for them, essentially.
Oh, wow.
And now we have a $500 billion
Project,
supercomputer in the desert.
Oh, wow. That sounds...
But the only question is, can NVIDIA through TSMC actually produce the chips? Especially if China realizes that this is scary and that they can't catch up with us, so they decide to destroy TSMC, because we are making those processors in the same place where China would make those processors, and China can't get those processors anymore.
And they cannot
That's
have...
what Biden did.
And they couldn't have homegrown technology?
Oh, they're trying to like crazy, but they can't yet match what TSMC can put out and what NVIDIA can put out.
We need a few more years to finish the fabs here in America.
It's a little scary, because if
We're
that's the future,
we're in a very tight race against China, basically invading TSM and setting back the world if we can't save TSM.
Yeah, that is. But it's actually like China almost has like a better ability to implement all the benefits of AI because they can just like enforce it upon their people. Like the way they're going with their system is kind of crazy, to be honest.
Why?
Well, because they're going to the whole social points model, where in their case, surveillance means literally surveilling people as soon as they leave their house, basically in all the outdoor, like from the corridor of your building out into the hallway, to the elevator, out into the streets, and following you in the streets and stuff like that, where they literally survey you throughout your life. They assign you value as a citizen based on your surveillance, based on how you look and how do you perform and how well you cross the streets and stuff like that. And that's how you'll be making money in the future China.
Oh, wow.
Like this is where they know where this is going as well. Like this is but for them, this is the implementation, the social. When people
So
say
technology has allowed them to be better communists, yeah? Or
yeah,
socialists.
and we'll see how it goes. But if they survive this hump, I think this is where they're gonna go, and this is where they're gonna end up. And if you go see your parents twice a week, then you get more points than if you only see them once a week. And they know it by the records that they see from the street cameras. If you spit in the street, then they deduct points from you. If you cross the street illegally, they deduct points from you. If you drive poorly, they deduct points from you. If you drive nicely or let people through, they give you points. Maybe they deduct them from the other people and they give them to you if somebody beeps at you and you didn't do anything wrong.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what else China is using their AI for. But they do have 1 billion people, is it? That should keep them busy.
They have way more than 1 billion.
Like
people,
1.2?
yeah. 1.6.
Oh, 1.6. Really?
Yeah. And the other one is
wow.
1.8, I believe.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, they're all kind of big. But I believe. I mean, that's the dream. That's kind of like I'm pitching you basically the communist Chinese party utopia vision of this, right? So this is what they're shooting for. It's just for some people that like utopian vision is still a nightmare. I mean, of course, the system might have failures. It might assign value incorrectly, and so on and so forth. So. But on the other hand, it's hard to argue with the fact that in the future where work is not necessary from people, right? Where there is nothing you can do that a computer can't do better and easier for a great majority of the population. It's hard to argue with the idea that how much benefits you receive from society should generally come based on how compliant you are with society's rules, right? So somebody who complies with society, who otherwise doesn't produce anything for the society and just lives off of the government dole, so to speak, right? But complies nicely with the society and, doesn't abuse others and behaves and drives carefully and so on and so forth, would receive more benefits than a person who doesn't produce anything for society but also terrorizes the society.
Makes sense to me.
So, in some ways, when you do go to an entirely AI system, it would necessarily lend itself to also having the AI being kind of like the arbiter on how much you earn as a citizen.
Interesting.
In one way or the other, whether you work for the corporations that are operated by AI or you just get distributed points by the society as a whole.
I wonder if people feel positive about this. Do they feel rewarded? Like, oh, I've been a gold citizen. I'm sorry, I've been a great citizen, and I'm gonna get some gold coins today.
I'm concerned about stagnation, to be honest, because I think we might get to the point where a lot of our society is replaced by this AI, including in things like music and society and stuff, and creative arts. And we'll get stuck because I haven't seen these AIs being necessarily creative. Now they're more creative than the average person. They're more creative than but they're not as good as our bests. And at the end of the day, it is just like an autocomplete system. It represents the best of humanity, but we need to still continue to create more humanity, so to speak.
Of course, I agree with you. And I think people are thinking that right now these AIs will be assistants, like they will be cooperating with humans to complete tasks. In the future, we'll need to think of an incentive structure to promote creation of new ideas and thoughts.
But that incentive structure, yeah.
This is why I asked about the work hours. What do work hours look like? What are people focusing on after they no longer have employment? Are they focusing on entertaining themselves? Are they focusing on exercising? Are they what are they doing? I want to see what these people are doing, what their day looks like.
I was thinking, isn't that appropriate to our topic? And as AI managing that world, you would do exactly that. You would monitor people after work, and you'll be like, what are people doing? Who actually contributes to the value of people and who doesn't? And the companies that contribute to the value of people get automatically dispensed material resources, and the ones that don't.
Oh, true. Maybe the Chinese.
Maybe that's what the Chinese are doing.
Maybe that's their incentive structure, because if I learned anything in economics is that you need incentives for human beings to perform. And if you can't have incentives, then you get stagnation.
All right. Well, we've been streaming for 4 hours, so how about we end right here?
Mm-hmm.
But that's actually a phenomenal world. I mean, since we've been streaming for 4 hours, just indulge me for one more minute. Imagine a situation like a world where there is no money. People just literally, you wake up, you leave your house, and you go walk around the world. You go into businesses, you pick up coffee or tea, and then you go do some things in the world, perform some kind of services. Maybe you just stop by and you see a pothole and you fix the pothole or fix a sign or something like that, and then have fun by the beach and then go home. And in all this time, there's an AI that follows you throughout all the cameras and all the surveillance throughout that world, right? And it literally just keeps a tally, oh, this person and so many others like this coffee shop, must increase resources to this coffee shop. Mm-hmm. People don't care for this particular playground. Let's reposition it for something else. No. And it just literally maintains the world around you and decides what businesses get to be grown and what businesses get to shrink, based on how popular they are, and how people
exactly. Like them. I think that's what I mean by efficient. Logical, intelligent people have a preoccupation with increasing efficiency. So if the AI is a logical and efficient system, they can implement strategies and actions that would maximize the efficiency of resources, right?
But it would require people to let go of control.
Exactly, and that's why I said, is the AI going to replace the government? I mean, as soon as the government lets go of control, I think this is what the future will look like.
Yeah, but I somehow doubt it. It's going to devolve into a dystopian future somehow. I'm a pessimist.
Dun, dun, dun.
Let's
I think we're going to have what is it? A primal revolution. People will want to go back to farming, I think, and living a subsistence life.
Okay, next podcast we'll try to play with all the models, or one of the next podcasts.